second now.
Oh, it takes a second to warm up.
Yeah, YouTube one's like, I think they've had enough issues with their thing. They want you to confirm that your streams all up. So they have like a computer basically preview it for you.
Yep.
It's kind of cool. You got me that case?
We'll be alright. Got a good line up, and the members had a crazy day. We had some folks drop out. We were supposed to be here. We got a joint session time or something. They're welcoming the South Korean president. So that really kind of, we had actually had a bunch of support staff that came from a certain panel. They're rocked up, so they're in Catholic. They have any to serve on the
Where'd the
Right there, it's on tape. It's on tape.
Yeah, we'll send out a few folks until 11:30.
Hey, if it's all possible, when she talks to Bernie, get him to do a radio drop.
I'll try to. We tried with him before that, right? He's not prickly about shit like that.
What the fuck is that?
He's a social center. He's literally a social center.
Donna Edwards said the same bullshit. Kanye did a radio drop. Maxine Warren did a radio drop.
Yeah, like,
I gotta bring him up. I gotta use it. I gotta start using this shit. I gotta edit it. That's what I'm gonna start using it.
alright, so wires.
Oh, that's what some ethics bullshit.
Mira, si me puedes, el de poner la gráfica.
I should have told her, look.
That works though. As a rhetorical.
Don't restate.
Should I just one camera this thing?
If she's doing interviews, unless you're gonna have something stationary, why would she doing one camera? You following her?
Yeah, we can do one camera.
So
I can't move as fast and move it.
I mean, if you're gonna use the webcam for a stationary to cover, the event stuff, the audience and the crowd.
right here.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, but
Yeah. Let it have it not need. You compare that. That's one thing. Increasing your weight load.
it's not the weight. Once we do that.
And no one walks away with that.
We left all our gear in a public park last week.
We?
Okay, I did.
I'm glad that ended well.
Really glad that ended well.
Alright, we got a mic standing.
Yeah, actually, this is good. This is the idea. We have someone from Social Security works today. This is the idea.
11:30.
Exactly 1:30.
It is exactly 11:30. And we are streaming as of 4 minutes ago.
So let's just check it.
You want to watch it now? That would be us.
Yeah.
So, we can do one of these, bring one of each.
You know,
Formally
All right, try to keep this up.
Yeah.
Sí, exacto.
Be careful not to close this window though, ever. That'll kill the stream.
Ever.
It might not, it actually doesn't shut the stream down, but just leave it open so you can see stuff. Also, so if you can preview open, it'll show you how many people are viewing it, and it'll show you if you're having errors. Viewer statistics and errors. So they'll show you how people are watching it, and this will show you if it's, you know, they're not connecting, if it's unknown. If you're getting a bunch of these over and over again, call me if you're having a bandwidth problem. It's not easy to stay put. So,
We'll go now when you.
We're not on Constitutional Capital View Conference Center. Capital View Conference Center. It's gonna be at Capital.
¿De dónde eres?
How are you? Good.
Really?
Oh, yeah. That's the largest Venezuelan nightclub besides Miami.
Doral.
El Doral. In Weston. Weston.
¿Verdad? Ya lo siento mucho. Ya estamos todos en exacto.
Bueno, la razón. Cuando yo sé que va. Entonces, Puerto Rico y Houston es centro de explotación de petróleo. Y hay muchas refinerías a su alrededor. Entonces,
I saw you down there.
Yeah.
And the more of this?
Are there more of the second ones or?
No, ya no.
Okay.
No, sí, los que traemos. Sí, por la última se han dado lo que nos sobre. Oye, dame como que está comprando.
Es lo de abajo.
Son de abajo, son todos estos, entonces.
What is it?
I hear originally for
Yeah, exactly.
So I used to work for an organization called My Way. And I ran the DC office for about 8 years and then this was the radio group. Government relations from here in DC. A lot of work with the community. A lot of work with wildlife safari. Oh yeah, great. These are actually in my clients' MasterCard credit card. We're doing a financial literacy program called MasterCard, educating folks on how best to use credit. So,
Rosa,
complaining about it.
Rosa, this is the Capitol View overlook?
Huh?
Is this, the building this is the Capitol View overlook? What's the title of this space?
Oh, the type, yes.
So the,
Hold on, let me
the,
look at
the
it.
companies argue that that's the most convenient, rather than having to pay the fees or the currency exchange.
I know it has a particular company.
Right, because the prepaid product is now a big thing for most of the financial mainstream. Those who don't have good credit history. I will share that with
Oh, that's right there.
Sorry, I'll just pass your question.
Absolutely.
I think we did, yeah, I think we did.
Yeah, so are you? So you forgot why they tell us they have so much family growing up. I really a mild manner of no chat, no machine confirmed. Yeah.
Well, I was too, because it wasn't on the list. So you can
Oh, really? Yeah, I guess. So, yeah, everything is good, so, I'll open up at noon, and welcome everyone. We have to let the other security, I'll look here and you can see what, stand up there. And we've known each other forever.
Thank you, Chief. So much.
We do have a new executive. Yeah, you know, Alliance for Alliance for Retired Persons. So it's different than AARP, but the other alternative name, but So in the meantime, we made a transition, unfortunately, over a 6-week period. And Jeff will be here actually speaking next tonight. It's been a crazy day with Congress and they're hosting a joint session with members from the South Korean president. One was actually going to be in here. Because everything pushed back. But we're fine. We're good. I mean, we have really social media, websites, over the hill and listservs, congressional staffers, and then we also live stream. So I'm interested in It's off of our page, should be off of the website as well as individual coalition member website. At least we've encouraged people to do it. It's a blue lag, Again, we encourage them to do that, whether they did it or not is another question, but, you know, it's, and there's just so much going on this week. So a lot of members of the coalition were doing yesterday on the racial now they're totally whining to you. So we do a lot of this kind of stuff. I do, my background is I used to work for NAREO, and I'm familiar with NAREO, so I used to run the DC office here. So I know all of your leadership in terms of who runs what organization. So when I transitioned to the private sector, I kind of did the same work for all of the organizations. So we work very closely with the leadership, helping them do programs like this. Actually do lobbying on the Hill as well. Strategic advice, doing messaging. That's what I work on. So when Jeff was making the transition, they're able to do it. So he's able to do it. I mean, I've seen this coalition in action. I think even where we're at now, I have so much larger, so much stronger. So hopefully at some point that we can hand it off. That's the goal. It's going to take a little bit of building, like everything. Well, just, I don't know that we consider our partners, those companies that are here, that are financial supporters, but they're not officially partners already. What we do want to, as I mentioned to some of the partners that are here, that support it, we want to make sure everything's up on our website, materials are available, I think post-summit, we want to see what sort of next steps are, should we work on that, and hopefully work together. I talked to maybe two reporters on the phone personally one so maybe post as an opportunity to others that you're interested in. So I'll be able to hear op-eds, partnership, again, I want to make sure that there's definitely synergy between growing in the same process. That's I think, post-side discussion. But in the meantime, and breathe a sigh of relief at 7:30. It is. So like that's other here. Speak up.
is scheduled to be here, but he's out. Of course, I got our email from the staff saying votes are taking place. Depends in the about that. So we'll see. We still expect a very good substantive day. We'll pepper you with tough questions. Maybe during the break, forward to the guys' slides. Yeah, I decided to think about it.
Not so much events that I've seen, I know
Yes, Melissa Bonita. This is Simone Freeman. Can you get my son a piggyback ride? I can't get over this. Okay, thank you.
Get what you pay for, as they say. Yeah, I just want to. Right. Yeah. No, it's speaking of somebody yesterday, apparently there's still no leaves. Yeah. Yeah.
Clubs, community. You know, we don't. I'm trying to figure that out. One at the West National Park. So I tried to book a strip for soon. Yeah, but the only place you can stay are national parks. It's really expensive. Oh yeah. Get in there, and so it's way like yeah. But they opened up 14 on May 1st. They actually booked us
It's like college crowds. People always tell me sitting in the back. I guess I do that too when I come to an event. Or I'm just
I
listening.
tried my earring, I can move to the front. You can dry them all up though, Larry.
Somebody a little bit prettier than me.
No, it's maybe they should, but yeah.
I've already been to that. But that is maybe you can
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I didn't read all 5, whatever. I thought I would read current law.
That's right.
Okay, great. Good stuff. Make sure that
I can pass it around. Oh, you put it here?
there is also.
Oh, Jasmine.
Hi, Jasmine. How are you? Thanks so much.
Nice to meet you, Jasmine. You just put it right there, sweetie. I can pass it around too.
Hi, Lisa. How are you? Nice to see you.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, things are good. Thank you. Yeah, me too. I have to leave.
we want to set up some lab teachers that maybe Catherine was so after you're done, yeah, so after you're done, we'll have two speakers before she speaks, so we can just have pass that.
Okay, cool.
There's plenty of cord there, so you can just pass it over a bit. It's way back there. I mean, I'm sure they have extensions.
Yeah. There's one back there. This is also locked. The computer. Closer to you.
I don't think it works that way. Yeah, exactly.
Thanks, folks. We're going to get started in 1 minute. Has everyone had a chance to get lunch, I hope? There's some salt.
Does it matter if we're out of order? I can just ask her. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah, so, yeah, we have,
Open your.
Jerry Madrid Davis is on the 14th. We have it. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Really appreciate you coming out today. I am Larry Gonzalez, and I serve as an advisor, the staff, if you will, for the Latinos for a Secure Retirement Coalition. And on behalf of our newly named Executive Director, Eva Dominguez, I wanted to welcome you to the 2013 Latino Retirement Security Summit. Eva will join us later in the day. She doubles as a key leader and advocate for the Alliance for Retired Americans, and she's out doing what she does best, protecting Social Security. There are a number of rallies and protests today centered around protecting Social Security and Medicare, many of that going on just behind us here at the Capitol. So we too are doing our part. The Latinos for Secure Retirement Coalition serves as a voice for the Latino American community in the fight to defend Social Security as new threats emerge against the 75-year-old program. The coalition's mission includes strengthening Medicare, increasing pension access and financial literacy, ensuring Latino seniors get equal access to older American Act services, and working to ensure that more Latinos are in key policy and advocacy positions in these areas. I wanted to let you all know that today's summit is also being live streamed on the internet
via YouTube. So we welcome our viewers out there, and thank you also for joining us. We plan to make this half day of dialogue worth the time you spend with us. We've brought together for you today many of the leading experts on retirement security. We'll hear a discussion on the social safety net and what leaders are doing to protect low-income seniors from poverty. You'll learn about how Americans of all racial and ethnic groups want to strengthen Social Security's finances and are willing to contribute more to the program. African Americans and Hispanics, who are more reliant on Social Security benefits in old age, express higher levels of confidence in and particularly strong support for Social Security. We'll also hear from leading financial experts about how they are helping workers to save and invest wisely, and in particular, they will share with you their company's commitment to economically empowering the Latino community. We're also very honored as well to have a rising star in Latino politics, one of the newly elected members of Congress, Dr. Raul Ruiz, who will join us and share with us a view from the Hill and his own experiences. And as the coalition works toward a key tenet of its mission to ensure Latinos are in key policy and advocacy positions, we have a member of one of the leading national Latino organizations who will share with us their initiative to increase Latino participation in the pension industry. We'll also hear from experts on how their companies are helping to improve outcomes for Latino 401k participants by helping them invest wisely and prepare for retirement. And last, but certainly not least, we're very excited to have Assistant Secretary of Labor, Phyllis Gorzi, from the Employee Benefit Security Administration, who will share what the Department of Labor is doing to encourage people to save, to promote transparency and accountability to better serve all retirement savers. As many of you know, gatherings like this often only are possible through the generosity and commitment of partners. We're particularly blessed today to have the partnership of companies with vision. Companies who recognize that the success of the Latino community is key to the future success of America and their business. So I wanted to recognize these companies and thank them for the commitment to the Latino community. And rest assured, we'll repeat our thanks to them throughout the day, so everyone here at Internetlandia on YouTube remembers that these are the companies that stepped up to serve our community. Each of these companies has provided support to the coalition when it was most needed. I want to first recognize the American Council of Life Insurers, ACLI, who generously provided the facility and continued encouragement to the coalition as it continues to build. Also, Fidelity Investments, Prudential Financial, AARP, and the American Society of Pension Professionals and Actuaries, ASPPA. So with that, let's get started. Earlier I mentioned one of the coalition's goals is to ensure that Latinos are in key policy decision-making positions. Well, we can point to the gentleman I'm about to introduce to say a few words as real evidence of that mission. Many of you know him, Mr. Jeff Cruz. Jeff is the former executive director of Latinos for a Secure Retirement Coalition and now serves on the staff of United States Senator Elizabeth Warren from Massachusetts. He also serves on the board of directors of the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare and as a consultant for the National Senior Citizens Law Center. He has worked in the White House, the Senate, the House of Representatives on senior issues. In early 2011, he was a visiting scholar at the National Academy of Social Insurance. Previously, he worked for President Obama as an associate director at the White House Office of Public Engagement, handling healthcare and seniors outreach. Before that, he was a senior policy advisor to Wisconsin Senator Herb Kohl on the Senate Committee on Aging, focused on retirement security issues. Prior to this, Jeff was a senior policy analyst for Campaign for America's Future, where he wrote several policy papers on Social Security and Medicare Part D that were featured in media stories across the country. Before that, yes, he's had a long career. Before that, he worked with LULAC to educate the Latino community on the then newly created Medicare Part D enrollment process. In 2005, he worked for Americans United to Protect Social Security. Jeff is an elected member of the National Academy of Social Insurance. Would everyone please welcome Mr. Jeff Cruz.
Thank you. I gave him a long bio, so I wouldn't have to talk as long. little trick. Thank you for that introduction, Larry, and I want to give him, Larry Gonzalez, a big round of applause for organizing this. know, we really have a fantastic lineup, as he said, and I'm going to give a broad overview of this. I do want to mention I'm only speaking for myself. Now that I'm back on the Hill, I'm required to always say that. This is just my own views. And I just want to echo the thanks to all the people who supported, both within the coalition and our partners here today. I also want to welcome everyone tuning in. You know, this is a really important issue, in particularly for the Latino community. The Latino population tends to be very young. It's a growing population. 50,000 Latinos turn 18 every single month, which also makes them eligible to vote, just as a side note. You know, increasingly Latinos are going to be more of a political force, and they're also growing as an economic force. But there's going to be serious problems many years down the road if we don't do a better job of preparing this community for their retirement. Right now, Latinos are disproportionately relying on Social Security. I think it's 44% of elderly married couples and 61% of unmarried Latinos rely on Social Security for 90% or more of their income. And these benefits are very modest. For Latino men, it's about $12,900 a year. For Latino women, they survive off of $10,438 a year on average. So we're very concerned when we hear people talk about cutting Social Security benefits. And one of the main ways being discussed right now is the chain CPI benefit cut. And right now, my boss, Senator Warren, is getting ready to join other senators at a briefing on Capitol Hill opposing the chain CPI that I know a lot of folks are at, and my understanding is a lot of them will be joining us after that is over. It's absolutely critical. Latinos live on average about 3 or 4 years longer, depending if they're male or female, than the rest of the population. So the chain CPI compounds over time and really decimates the Latino community. So it's important that we protect Social Security. It's also critical we protect programs like SSI, and I know some folks on our first panel are going to be speaking more about that. There's the SSI Restoration Act that was introduced by Representative Grijalva in the House, and my boss will later be introducing a Senate companion bill in the coming weeks. And so if people want to find out how they can support that, please let me know afterwards. There's also programs in the Older Americans Act, which is up for reauthorization. They're critical to our community. And I know we're going to have a speaker talk about the CSEP program, the Senior Service and Community Employment Program, which is specifically aimed to help low-income seniors get trained for jobs. But while we rely on Social Security, if you want a middle-class retirement, pension savings is the key. Right now, our system is largely failing the Latino community. Out of all American workers, about half lack an employer-based pension plan. For Latinos, only 43% have access to a pension plan, and less than a third, 31.6%, participate. So a large part of the goal of this summit is to talk about ways we could increase that number. You know, we want to promote rising and already established Latino leaders, and I know we have several on the panels throughout the day, but we also want to work with other people, no matter your background, that just want to increase retirement savings for everyone. And so I know Larry's also built in a lot of breaks throughout the day, so we could have a chance to talk and network with each other and really figure out how we could attack these problems. There seems to be a pretty broad consensus that automatic enrollment is going to be extremely important in doing this. We've seen in TSP, the Thrift Savings Plan for federal employers, that there was some disparities among Latinos and other groups in savings. Earlier today, Senator Harkin and Senator Warren sent a letter to OPM and TSP to update data analyzing the effects of auto enrollment and lifetime income disclosure on TSP participants. And so that was something Senator Cole asked them to study 3 or 4 years ago, and we've asked them to update this and see what the effect of auto enrollment has been. On the Hill, the two big plans are the auto IRA proposal, which is supported by both houses. It has been championed by Representative Neal on the House side. And then the USA, Universal Secure, and I'm forgetting the A, but USA retirement accounts, which Senator Harkin is working on in the Health Committee. There's also a lot of efforts going on in state initiatives, including one led by State Senator Kevin De Leon in California. And so these are the three main plans that are going on that I'm sure a lot of our panelists will talk about in more detail. We also have to help people make better decisions once they do save. Part of it is going to be financial education, and the Department of Labor, and I'm sure Phyllis, as our closing keynote, will talk about the fiduciary rule proposal. The key is going to be striking the right balance. We need to make sure people get helpful advice that's in their best interest. But we do have to make sure that that advice is in their interest. And so we look forward to hearing her talk about that more later today. There's also relatively easy proposals that the coalition in the past has supported, such as the Lifetime Income Disclosure Act. This basically, instead of having a 401k balance that's $20,000, $40,000, whatever, most people don't really know what that means for them when they get to retirement. This legislation would present it as a monthly income, so that that this translates to $300 a month in retirement. A lot of studies has been done by this, and it's found that it's raised savings by between 4 and 7%. So at almost no cost, we could significantly increase savings in this country. And so I think we need to pursue legislation and regulations like that there's consensus on both sides that we could do immediately. There will also be a big subject of tax reform. Right now, tax incentives are critical to our retirement security system. There has been some talk, including in the last presidential election, of flattening and eliminating some of these incentives to bring down rates overall. When they're talking about that, a lot of times politicians don't want to say what deductions they want to eliminate, because a lot of them are quite popular. But I want to be clear, they are talking about eliminating incentives for savings. At the same time, we feel that these incentives are extremely important for retirement security, but there is likely going to need to be some reforms of these savings. The two major flaws right now is that there's very little incentive for low-income workers. A lot of the incentives goes to more higher-income individuals. And the second problem is the incentive, because it's given as a deferral each and every paycheck, besides the value as an incentive, that disappears. You get, I save maybe $30 this paycheck that I spend on a meal, and $30 next paycheck. If we could better aim that so that tax incentive is recaptured specifically to go to retirement security savings, we could boost the savings rate and help people be better prepared for retirement. One attempt at doing this is another bill by Representative Neal, is to expand the tax credit, the Savers Tax Credit. This will help low-income individuals by giving them more incentive, and it will provide for them a basic match for their savings. And this is the kind of approach we need to take. While our office feels it's critical to save the tax incentive dollars, we feel it could be better spent. And the one example I would bring, and people who are paying attention to the last presidential election may have seen that Mitt Romney, and I don't want to pick on him because of politics, this is just the only instance I know, but he was found to have close to $250 million in his IRA account. The tax incentives needs to go to people that need it most, but if we cap, as the president did propose in his budget, where you're allowed basically a little over $3 million in tax incentive savings. You could save more outside of that. The taxpayers just won't be footing the bill. You could raise more than $9 billion over the next 10 years. I did some back of the envelope calculations, and that would put 1.5 million kids in Head Start. So we feel we could better aim some of the incentives. Right now, there's a maximum in DB plans, and the proposal that the president proposed is to have the equivalent in 401k savings that would pay out roughly around $250,000 in annual income. We could talk about a different number, maybe potentially $250,000 in a place like New York for some people might not be sufficient, but clearly we need to better aim the incentives for those that need it most and not for people who have $250 million in an IRA. I think we wanted to leave a couple minutes for questions. I have to go in a minute to staff my boss at the CPI rally, but then I look forward to coming back for the later panels. And I'll be around also throughout the afternoon if people want to talk more one-on-one or during one of these breaks. Thank you.
Questions? Anyone have questions? All right. Well, thank you. Thank you. And Jeff's information for folks who will go to our website later, which is Latinos for Secure Retirement, all together, no spaces.org, latinosforasecureretirement.org. We will make sure we have his information as well as other key Hill staffers for folks who are looking for upcoming information about Hill hearings and other happenings on Capitol Hill. So look for that on our website very soon. If you could give us 1 minute, we're going to set up for our first panel. We have some of our folks here already, so give us 1 minute and we'll be right back. Thank you. They have to log in. All right, whenever you're ready.
So, what things is maybe 8 minutes?
Well, you could just change the way
Whether she jumped into my plan is what it is. There we go.
Buenas tardes. Good afternoon. My name is Hector Sanchez and I'm the Executive Director of the Labor Council for Latin American Advancement, or as I like to call it, the House of Latino Labor. And I'm also the chair of the National Hispanic Leadership Agenda, which is the most important coalition of Latino organizations in the nation, 34 national Latino organizations. Today we have a very exciting panel to talk about one of the key priorities and central aspects for the future of our community. Just share a little bit of the coalition of NHLA. At the end of last year, we came together to decide what were the key priorities for the coalition, where we were gonna focus all of our energy, all of our power, where we need to have more strategic. So we decided to focus on 3 key campaigns. Those campaigns were, the first one, to deal with all the issue of appointments and the lack of representation of Latinos, not only in the federal government, but also in the states. And now we have a clear example that we only have one possible Latino in appointments, so we have a very serious campaign on this issue. The second one is obviously immigration reform and anything that affects the community, a key priority for a very long time. And the third one that I want to put in the context of what we're going to be talking about today is anything on sequestration and the economy and how it affects the Latino community. And one of the central components of this campaign is obviously social security and the future of social security and how critical social security is for the Latino community right now and for Latinos in the future. In my organization in LACLA, we released a report not a long time ago that is called Latino Workers in the Nation. And one of the conclusions of this report is that Latinos are the most vulnerable workers in the nation. We have the highest levels of death and injuries at work, the highest levels of wage theft, some of the worst working conditions in the nation. And in the context of our analysis, we make the connection with social security of how important social security it is for our community, it is for those vulnerable families, and it is for the future and the growth of the Latino community and the families. So today we have a great panel. I'm going to introduce all of our speakers to talk a little bit more about the issue of the social safety net, protecting low-income seniors from poverty. I'm going to introduce all of them, and then they're going to speak probably for 8 minutes, and then we're going to open it up for questions. I'm going to start with Mr. Roy Aragon from the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare. Roy Aragon worked for the Social Security Administration for 28 years and retired September of 1999. He worked as a public affairs specialist in various capacities for 19 years. During this time, he managed the Spanish language media activities for Social Security in the greater Los Angeles area for 8 years. He then moved to the headquarters in Baltimore and Washington, D.C. for the last 6 years. Since retiring from SSA, Roy has worked as a consultant for the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare. He has continued doing market research and translations as well as other Spanish communications activities. We also have Jasmine Tucker from the National Academy of Social Insurance. She is the Income Security Senior Policy Analyst at NACI. In this role, she manages the Academy's work on unemployment compensation and examines how other social insurance programs, such as Social Security, influence Americans' economic security. Prior to joining NACI in September of 2011, she completed a 1-year fellowship with the National Women's Law Center, where she conducted research on the importance of Social Security and related programs to women and their families. We also have Mr. Gerald McClintock, from the National Senior Citizens Law Center. Gerald has more than 40 years of experience in legal services advocacy. He joined the staff of NSCLC in 1993 and has since provided support and co-counseling to countless legal services and all other elder law attorneys on Social Security and SSI issues. More recently, he acted as co-counsel on the Clark versus Astru and Martinez versus Astru case that are helping of thousands of people who lost their Social Security benefits and legally regain them. We also have Ms. Emma Treviño, National Liaison of SIR Just for Progress, Inc. Emma joined SIR Just for Progress National, Inc. in 2008 and worked in the Human Resource Department over a year. Prior employment was with Circle of Texas in the same capacity. Emma has over 10 years experience in human resources, which includes experience in workers' compensation, payroll, employee recruitment, staff safety orientations, and EEO complaints. Finally, we also have Ms. Catherine Olson. She's a Democratic Staff Director in the Subcommittee on Social Security in the U.S. House of Representatives on the Committee of Ways and Means. She is the Democratic Staff Director for the Subcommittee on Social Security with Congressman Javier Becerra, ranking member of the House Committee on Ways and Means with Sander Levin, a ranking member, where she has served the majority of her professional career. She was also Director of Income Security at the National Academy of Social Insurance, a nonpartisan think tank focusing on Social Security and Medicare. With that, let's welcome all of our speakers, and we're going to start from here. Roy Aragon, right?
Yes, thank you very much, Hector. I appreciate the kind introduction. My name is Roy Aragon. I worked for SSA for 28 years, and now I've been with the National Committee for a total of about 14 years, working on Social Security issues, doing double function. One is that of informing the public on their benefits, and secondly, the other is trying to hold these programs strong so that they indeed are there for our grandchildren and our children. As you all know, we're hearing a lot of chatter, and have for many, many years, the 40 years that I've been working with Social Security stuff. We've probably heard it, that Social Security is running out of funds. How many of you have heard that? Right? Running out of funds, that it's not going to be there for our children, for our grandchildren. Well, I think I'd be remiss if I didn't dispel that myth, because Social Security is not running out of funds. There is no financial crisis. It's got it has 2.6, I'm going to make him happy. It's got $2.6 trillion in funds right now, and that's projected to grow by 2023 to 4.3 trillion. So enough of that. I'll just kind of rest your mind a little bit in that it is not running out of money. There's no financial crisis, contrary to, to what we hear. The other thing that I'd like to say to audiences like this, and real briefly, is that we hear so many times about undocumented immigrants coming to the U.S. and raiding our Social Security and taking all those funds without ever having earned the right to get them. And that, again, is another big myth. Indeed, the undocumented immigrants contribute into Social Security on the average about between $9 and $10 billion every year. And most of the time, these folks never see a cent of that, of those funds, because for various reasons, maybe they never totally become documented legally, or maybe they go back to their native lands and they never see anything from those benefits. So those two things I really felt important to talk about. Social Security, I'm getting back to the point now, but Social Security is indeed one of the very most important programs that Latinos have today as far as retirement And we've got to keep in mind also, we always think about retirement, but there's also survivors, disability, dependents, which makes up about a third of the 55 million beneficiaries that get a check every month. So it's not just retirement, it's a family program. We mentioned before, I know Eric mentioned before, that Latinos depend on 53% of the Latinos depend on, depend on Social Security for 90% of their retirement income. 53% depend on Social Security for 90% of their income. A full 44% of Latino retirees depend on Social Security for all of their income in retirement. So again, very, very important programs. There are a couple of other reasons why Social Security is important to Latinos. Typically, Latinos earn less. They work in very strong, difficult, risky type jobs, and during their life they earn less, so they're able to invest less, they're able to save less. Also, in most of the cases, or a big majority of the cases, Latinos work in companies or firms where there is not a private pension, so there's not that vehicle for them to depend on from their employers. Also, as I mentioned before, the Social Security benefit, the Social Security program, is a family benefit. It's not just retirees. There are retirement, survivors, disability, and dependents benefits that families of Latinos depend on heavily. Latinos typically have more children. We have about 4, statistically speaking, about 4 children versus 2.5. How can you have 2.5? I don't know, but for 4 children versus 2.5 for the average population. So again, it becomes a very important family type of program for us. And again, Latinos live, excuse me, Latinos live longer. We live, after we reach 65, typically we'll live between 3 and 4 years longer. So what does that mean? It means that we have to depend on these benefits for a much longer time. And as Jeff mentioned, excuse me, alluded to earlier, anything that changes Social Security, that makes it a negative change, such as a change CPI-U, affects Latinos in an inordinate manner. Because they live longer, they have to depend on these benefits longer. And for example, in the change CPI, if the COLA, cost of living adjustment, is reduced, even by 0.3%, which seems like a very small amount, it accumulates, it adds up to where in the lifetime of a typical 95-year-old Latino, he would lose about $1,500 a year once that change CPI is instituted. So again, anything that changes these programs affects Latinos in an inordinate way. There's a lot of talk about raising retirement age. Have you heard about that, retirement age going up? Yeah. That would affect Latinos also in the sense that it is a benefit cut. Because you got to wait now, instead of receiving a full benefit at 67, you would have to wait till 69 or 70. That's a benefit cut. The other way that it would affect folks is that today, or when the retirement age, full retirement age was 65, if you chose to receive a benefit at 62, the reduction factor was 20%. Now, if you chose to receive it at, for those that have to be 67, born 1960 and later, if you chose to take it at 62, that reduction factor now is 30%. If it was raised even more to 70, guess what that reduction factor would be then? Be upwards of 40%. So any change like that would affect folks in general, but particularly those folks that depend on Social Security for a majority of their retirement income. Thank you.
Gracias, Roy. We have Jasmine Tucker from the National Academy of Social Insurance.
So I hope that we weren't distracting from Roy's discussion with all of our our AV woes, and so I'm sorry I'm being a little bit of a diva here with my PowerPoint, but I think that there are some really good graphs that sort of tell the story. So the National Academy of Social Insurance, around this time last year, embarked on a path that would lead us to this study, Strengthening Social Security, What Do Americans Want? And basically, we were trying to figure out in the midst of all the Social Security policy discussions, how Americans feel about Social Security. Do they favor, do they oppose, do they like certain policy options? And then what are they willing to do to strengthen the program for the future? So we joined with Matthew Greenwald and Associates, a market research firm, to conduct this study. So we did it in 3 parts. So we started with focus groups in Baltimore to sort of hear from real people in their own words how they feel about Social Security. Then we did a survey to sort of assess Americans' attitudes about Social Security. And finally, we did an interactive exercise called trade-off analysis, and that helped us learn what package of policy options, Social Security policy options Americans want and what they're willing to pay for. Excuse me, I'm the worst. So today we're releasing a fact sheet, and there's some over in the corner over there if you want to grab one afterwards, that expands on the full report by, excuse me again, providing information by race and ethnicity. So starting with some of the basics about Social Security, and I won't repeat too much of what Roy said or what Jeff said, but basically Americans rely on Social Security. We already know that. So 96%, nearly all of them say that it's important to their income, and more than 7 in 10 respondents say that without it they wouldn't be able to afford the basics, or they would have to make significant sacrifices. And with that, retirement benefits are modest. So for everyone, it's about $1,200 a month. For people of color, it's even lower because their wages are lower. So about 1/3 of all Social Security recipients use Social Security Social Security represents 90% or more of their income. But for Hispanic or Latinos, it's more than half. 53 or 55% rely on it for 90% or more of their income. So that's really big. So those who don't receive Social Security also understand its importance to people's income. So 89% say that Social Security benefits are now more important than ever to ensure that Americans have a dependable income. 84% believe that we don't pay enough to retirees currently, and 75% say that we should consider raising benefits, and that includes 80% of Hispanics. So in order to raise those benefits, we have to find a way to pay for them, right? So we asked Americans how they felt about Social Security taxes. And interestingly, people say that they don't mind paying them. So 84% of all Americans say that they don't mind paying for Social Security because they know that it provides security and stability to millions of retired workers, the disabled, widowed spouses of deceased workers, excuse me. And that was true across racial and ethnic groups. So what's more is that not only do they not mind paying the taxes, but they're actually willing to increase taxes. So in order to preserve Social Security for future generations, 82% of Americans say that they are willing to increase taxes on all Americans, so everyone paying into Social Security. And it's people of color are slightly more likely to support that statement. So this next graph is wealthy. So in order to preserve Social Security for future generations, I'm willing to increase taxes on wealthy Americans. So that's the difference between these two. They look very similar. And so the numbers sort of jump up for people of color. Almost everyone wants to raise taxes, on the wealthy to support Social Security. So despite the high support and people's willingness to pay for it, confidence in the future of the program is low. As Roy said, everyone hears that Social Security is going bankrupt or whatever, all the bad sort of rhetoric around Social Security. But polls have been showing this for the last 35 years, this high support and low confidence dichotomy. So our study found that only about 4 in 10 Americans think that only 4 in 10 are confident in the future of Social Security. So Hispanic Americans are somewhat more likely to be confident in Social Security, with just over half reporting confidence. And of those who have not yet received benefits, only about 3 in 10 think that they're going to receive all of their earned benefits when they retire. So then we tried a little experiment, and we asked them if they thought Social Security's financing was a manageable problem, not a problem, a crisis, or a significant problem. And 43% said that it was a manageable problem or not a problem at all. And when we told them that increasing Social Security taxes right now from 6.2% to 7.6% each for you and your employer would ensure that Social Security could pay full benefits for the next 75 years, the confidence jumped way up. So it went from 43% to 74%. And for Hispanics, we went from 53% to 77%. So Latinos are more likely to consider Social Security's financing to be a manageable problem or not a problem at all to begin with. So let me move on to the trade-off analysis, which is sort of what's unique to this study. I'm glad that Jeff left, and only Catherine, I think, has heard this multiple times.
Oh, I get a lot out of it.
Okay, good. So trade-off analysis is a tool that's long been used in market research, and basically it tells us what product features consumers prefer. So the best example is it's a car. So if you have money to spend on a car, what is the ideal car? What's going to make you buy it fastest? So what a car manufacturer is going to do is hire a market research firm, put in a whole bunch of variables like leather seats versus cloth seats, and white wall tires versus regular tires, or a fancy stereo system, and just on, with all the features of a car. And after analyzing thousands of responses, they figure out what the ideal car looks like. And then obviously you can build your own car. But what's going to fly off the lines the quickest? And so that's what we did to Social Security. What package of policy options do people want for Social Security? So it's able to tell us both the package of policy options that people prefer and of the policy options that we look at, whether people like or dislike them. So do they like raising the retirement age? Do they like means testing the program? Do they want to raise revenues? So these are the 12 policy options we looked at. So we looked at 4 that raise revenues, 4 that reduce benefits, and 4 that increase benefits. So we wanted to get sort of a broad range of stuff that's really being talked about right now. So we have 2 tax increases, 1 on wealthy, 1 on all. And then we also looked at lifting the cap, benefit reductions such as raising the retirement age, switching to the chain CPI, means testing, and then we also had several benefit increases. So the preferred package, which is preferred by 7 in 10 Americans to the status quo. So instead of keeping Social Security the way that it currently is, 7 in 10 people would rather gradually over 10 years eliminate the taxable earnings cap, gradually over 20 years raise the payroll tax. They want to raise the minimum benefit so that lifetime low-wage workers can retire at 62 or later and have benefits that are above the poverty line. And they want to switch to a CPIE. So they want to increase the COLA, not move to a chain CPI. So I'll come back to that in just a sec. But these changes would eliminate 115% of Social Security's long-term financing gap. So this was favored across party lines, across race and ethnic groups, across generation, income level, on and on. So back to the COLA, what inflation protection do Americans want? Basically, this is just such a hot topic right now that I couldn't not say something about it. But one of the benefit improvements in the preferred package was increasing the COLA, so switching to a CPIE. And our study showed support for this option as opposed to the chain CPI. And those who favored the COLA outnumbered those opposed by about 6 to 1. So regrettably, we let people opt out of the question and say not sure. So we have kind of about a quarter of people who said, I don't really know about this. I don't understand what the CPI is. I don't, what does this mean to me? But of those who have an opinion, 6 to 1 favor moving to the CPIE. So increasing benefits a little more slowly. Increasing benefits as opposed to the chain CPI, which increases benefits more slowly. So finally, what's so interesting about this study is that all 3 of its parts sort of reinforce each other. So in focus groups, Americans said that they were concerned about benefits being too low. In the survey, large majorities of people by party, of people by ethnic groups, on and on, say that they don't mind paying for Social Security and they're actually willing to pay more. And then in the trade-off analysis, we get a preferred package that would increase taxes in 2 ways and increase benefits in 2 ways. So I will turn it over to.
This is me.
Hi there. Yeah, I'm Jerry McIntyre with the National Senior Citizens Law Center. I'm going to be talking about SSI. Can you hear me back there? Yeah. Okay. I'm talking about SSI, and first I want to start with a question. How many of you know what SSI is? This is obviously not a typical group, because in a typical group, you get 1 or 2 people will raise their hands, and that's because they misunderstood the question. But, okay, so we start out here, people do understand what SSI is. Unfortunately, it's a program that really most people have simply not even heard of. And obviously, this is not the preferred retirement solution. You're going to be hearing about much better solutions during the day. But it is an absolutely necessary one for a large number of people. You've heard some of the information about Social Security, how the Social Security benefit, for instance, for Latinos is lower than it is for the population as a whole. And you've seen this, there's a fact sheet here which you should all have from Latinos for Secure Retirement, showing how Latinos are less likely to be receiving a pension, less likely to be getting money through a 401k or other savings system. And not only are they less likely to, but they're likely to have less money in it. So the fact of the matter is that we have 8 million people who rely on this for survival. These are people, in order to be eligible for SSI, you have to be either over 65 or have a very severe disability that makes you unable to work. The importance of this is, you heard about the low Social Security benefits. Many of the people who receive SSI are people who are also receiving Social Security, but their benefit is so low that it doesn't bring them up to the SSI level. What is the SSI level? And the SSI level, what it's designed to do is provide a subsistence level of income to people, a floor. And right now, that income, actually it's a cap too, I should say, it's not really just a floor, it's a cap as well for people. It provides, if you have no other income, what you get from SSI in most places, like in here, if you're in Washington, D.C., you get $710 a month. So you can, with that money, you can go, rent an apartment, buy a car, eat, etc. All right, $710 a month. Now there is some recognition. Some states provide additional money. So, for instance, in recognition of the high cost of living in Manhattan, if you're living in Manhattan, actually you can get a more generous $796 a month. Just so you, this is a bit of reality that even people who have heard of SSI unfortunately don't really get, that this is really not something that people are not really itching to trade a life of secure employment for getting SSI. So the problem that we have with the SSI program is that over the years it has been neglected. It started just over 40 years ago. It's been, many of the eligibility requirements, the financial eligibility requirements, have not been changed or have been changed only very inadequately adjusted. So just to give you an example, I'll give you a couple of examples actually. I mentioned that many people on SSI, particularly older people on SSI, are people who are receiving a small Social Security benefit. Well, when the program started, one of the one of the things that Congress did was they provided that a certain amount of that Social Security benefit or other income would not be counted in determining your SSI eligibility. And that amount was determined to be $20 in 1972. Today, that the $20 of $1972, that equals $3 and change today. It's like, the last time I checked, it was like $3.64. It's probably a little bit less now. It's really become meaningless. It's just, that may have meant something back in 1972, but, an extra $3 and change each month doesn't really mean too much to people. So that's a factor. There's also a resource limit. There's a limit on the amount of resources that an individual can have if you are receiving SSI. That amount is $2,000 for an individual. Okay, that's the most you can have. So that will enable you to deal with various emergencies that may come up, or even sometimes not emergencies. Things. There are various. Your car needs to be replaced. It may not be an emergency. It's perfectly foreseeable. Or if you have a home that needs repairs, $2,000 supposedly would do it. Well, that amount has been increased by 1/3 since the program started, and the cost of living has gone up 5.5 times in that period. So this is an issue that is being addressed. You heard Jeff, when he was speaking before, mentioned the SSI Restoration Act, which has been introduced in the House by Representative Grijalva, and which you just heard there's going to be a companion bill introduced in the Senate, we hope sometime next month by Senator Warren. And that bill would make significant steps in the direction of trying to restore a degree of vibrancy to the SSI program. And in particular, it would address the two issues that I just mentioned, this $20 unearned income disregard and the resource limit. It would also make some other changes as well. It would eliminate, for instance, right now, if you are receiving in-kind support and maintenance, and this is like typically where somebody is living maybe with family members, whether it's with a sibling or a son or daughter, and not paying rent or not paying what is deemed to be an adequate share of the rent, their benefit is reduced by 1/3 of that $710. That's considered to be too generous, so then it gets cut back, and that's a reduction of $236, so it gets you down to under $500. So that's something else that this bill would also address. It's important, by the way, to remember that this really has a large impact on Latinos, both for the reasons that you heard mentioned, that that they are likely to have lower income in retirement, and also there's some data, for instance, of the people who apply for SSI on the basis of age. We find, and this is particularly true in the SSI elderly, that over 1/3 of them prefer to receive services in a language other than English. And I think you know which language it is that is the dominant language that people are requesting, Spanish, obviously. So it's really important for older Latinos, and they're, both because of low wages, and also you have people who sometimes come here later in life and haven't really had the opportunity to work for the amount of time necessary to build up a more substantial Social Security benefit. So that's another group that really relies on it. I think I may be running out of time, so I don't want to.
One more minute.
One more minute? Oh, okay. So good. I was getting. This is something that's really important for all of America, but I think especially for Latinos. And we would urge people to do what they can to support the SSI Restoration Act. Thank you.
Well, buenas tardes, everybody. Can everybody hear me?
Yep.
Well, like Mr. Sanchez says, my name is Emma Tremino, and I'm with Sir National. And just to give you a little background, I'm going to be talking about CSEP. Is anybody familiar with CSEP? Now, CSEP has been around since 1965, and hopefully it will still be around for another 100 years. Mr. Cruz mentioned CSEP, the acronym of CSEP is Senior Community Service Employment Program. Now, how does CSEP work and what is CSEP? It's a training program, and it's aimed and targeted for folks low income, unemployed, and 55 and older. Now, whatever it provides is paid training in different areas. Now, how it works, Sir National and anybody that provides CSEP partners with our nonprofit local agencies, from our Goodwill, Salvation Armies, our government agencies, and we partner up to provide training for our participants. It could be anything from customer service, receptionist. Now, most of our participants have no or low skills to get back into the workforce. And the whole goal of CSEP is to get our folks trained, get marketable skills, and get them back into the workforce. Now, when I say paid training, it is a minimum wage, depending on the state and the prevailing wage. And through our program, we also provide supportive services. Now, what are supportive services? Anything that's considered a barrier for that person's training successfully, fully trained in that particular agency, or anything that's a barrier for employment. A lot of our participants need eyeglasses, or they need proper office attire, or they need ESL classes. It just varies. It's on a need by need basis. But through CSEP, we're able to provide all of our participants for different, different areas of which they need. There is also provided other types of training, computer training. A lot of our folks have no idea how to use a computer. I also provided job search, intense job search. We also provide on-the-job experience. Now, this is an incentive for an employer to kind of employ our participants on a trial basis. Now, with CSEP funds, we pay the employer up to 4 weeks, 100%, to kind of try out our participants, and with the whole goal for them to get employed. And that's a little bit of the CSEP 101 crash course. Does anybody have any questions? Well, then I'll go ahead and pass it on to Ms. Elson.
Jasmine, you want me to just come down? Yeah, you should. Okay.
Oh,
Did it work?
All right, you will see, I'm Catherine Olson, by the way. I'm with the House Ways and Means Committee, Democratic staff. You will see I did the most plain vanilla possible slideshow here because I'm just barely competent to do this. Not to talk about this topic, but to make a slideshow. And I started this at 10:30 this morning. I decided I'd rather have slides than my notes. So. Some of my panelists have covered some of the Social Security stuff, so I'll try to go through the beginning more quickly to focus on the challenges, and hopefully we can have some time for discussion and questions around all of our topics. So just as an overview, I'm going to talk a little bit about who gets Social Security, how much do people receive, because I don't think there's a lot of understanding about that. My co-panelists have made some great remarks about the role of Social Security in ensuring basic economic security for families, a little bit on the financial status, and then we'll switch over to the challenges. So, lots of people get Social Security. It's 57 million beneficiaries. That's not counting the SSI beneficiaries. That's another group, and some people get both. And it's really about 1 in every 4 households. So it's quite a prevalent form of income in the United States. As Roy mentioned, there's not always a lot of understanding about the 3 kinds of benefits. There's a lot of attention to the retirement benefits that people can get starting at 62. But disability benefits are very important for people who have a severe work-ending disability, and that's more likely among low-wage, lower-educated workers doing more physically difficult or environmentally difficult jobs. So disability benefits are very important. And then Social Security also provides survivor benefits, both to young families. So if I die, my kids will get benefits until they're 18 on the basis of my contributions to Social Security, but also to elderly survivors. So I plan to outlive my husband, so so I would get widow's benefits on his record if I was a non-working spouse. Another thing that Roy mentioned that I think is really important is that Social Security is a family benefit program. It pays not only the worker who paid in the FICA taxes and worked in a job covered by Social Security, but also their dependent family members. So minor children, a non-working or lower wage earning spouse, a survivor, even a child who's now an adult but who had a very severe disability that began before they were 22, so that young adult never had a chance to get their own coverage in Social Security. So for example, a child born with a birth accident who has very severe cognitive deficit, or a child who had a diving accident, we see that sometimes, when they were 16 or something and they are unable to work as an adult, those adult children have protection in Social Security as well. And finally, just to reinforce, Social Security is an earned benefit. It's only available to people who have paid in and their family members. Benefits are based on lifetime earnings. There's not a means test. It's based on sort of trying to keep a continuity of income in retirement, so it looks to your benefit, your prior earnings. It's a very progressive benefit formula, quite steeply progressive. And by that I mean it's much more generous to low-wage workers compared to their contributions than to high-wage workers. High-wage workers have a greater chance to accumulate savings or participate in an employer pension than low-wage workers, so Social Security very appropriately, I think, does provide a higher ratio of benefits to earnings for a low-wage worker. But that said, benefits are still quite modest, certainly by international standards, or even by living standards in the United States. The average retiree right now receiving benefits gets only about $15,000 a year. And the average survivor benefit, say a parent with 2 young children, they would get about $30,000 a year on average now. But benefits for a new retiree, just to kind of give a sense, get away from averages, if we considered someone who had what Social Security considers rather low lifetime earnings, this is well below the median in our country, that would be $19,000 a year, so kind of a low wage, hourly wage worker. If they retire at 62, which is the earliest eligibility age, the earliest age, they would only get $730 a month for the rest of their life, plus COLAs, which is about $8,000 a year. If they can wait until they're 66, which is the full benefit age, they get a little bit more like $965 a month, or a little less than $12,000 a year to live on. Social Security, I think, as we well established, is the single largest source of retirement income. It's bigger than pensions, savings, it's bigger than earnings, which is actually considered to be a source of retirement income. And for 6 in 10 seniors, Social Security is the majority of their income. It's particularly important for elderly widows. For half of elderly widows, Social Security is nearly all of what they have to live on. They have very little other income, those half of elderly widows. Social Security is especially important. Some of the features of Social Security are especially important for Latino families. As Roy mentioned, it's a larger source of income for Latino retirees than it is for the general population. And some of the features, the design features of Social Security are also very important for Latino families. For example, the progressive benefit formula is especially valuable for people who have lower average wages. Social Security is a more generous program for them. Also, that Social Security has full lifetime inflation protection and automatic survivor benefits. That's very important to groups that have higher life expectancy, and that's true for Latino families at age 65. They have a higher life expectancy than the average population. Social Security has sort of unique design features that are also part of why it's very important. Again, the progressive benefit formula. Another factor of Social Security is it's nearly universal. Very few jobs don't participate in Social Security, and it goes with you from job to job, unlike an employer pension. You can't outlive Social Security. It's not paid as a lump sum. It's paid as a monthly check. There's no investment risk or interest rate risk. If you are a senior now trying to convert your IRA to an annuity, interest rates are really low, and that is a really big hit on people's retirement income, even for those few who understand the importance of annuitizing. It's fully inflation protected, unlike any other retirement vehicle, and it has automatic family protections. People don't have to pay more, they don't have to give up their own benefit to protect their family. A little bit on the financial status. Social Security is completely self-financing. It's paid for mostly with our FICA taxes, 6.2% of our wages up to a cap matched by what employers pay. It also gets interest on its reserves, and the reserves themselves are available that are held in the trust fund to pay benefits. And over its lifetime, Social Security has taken in more than it's paid out, so it's accumulated a trust fund of $2.7 trillion. That means that the system is fully funded for at least the next 2 decades under current projections. But after 2033, the trust fund reserves will be depleted, and incoming FICA taxes, which we'll still have, will only cover about 3/4 of the benefit costs. So at that point, or before then, we're going to need to do some adjustments in the law in either with the revenue coming into the system or the cost, meaning the benefit, or hopefully some combination of both. So Social Security is the best deal going. Not the only deal going, but definitely an important part of the picture. So moving on to challenges. I really think that the way to sum up the overall challenge in Social Security is to protect and even improve benefit levels. And that captures a lot of the challenges that we face in Social Security. There's pressure to cut benefits from a lot of quarters. There's certainly the long-term imbalance in the trust fund. That's a source of proposals to cut benefits to reduce the cost, reduce that shortfall. There's a lot of pressure from those who want to reduce federal spending generally and do some debt reduction in the rest of the federal budget. There's also been quite a well-financed, long-term sustained campaign against social insurance, Social Security and Medicare, and that's one of the reasons that I think groups like Latinos for a Secure Retirement is especially important, to join together in a coalition with really the vast majority of Americans to push back against these more narrow interests that want to reduce and scale back Social Security and leave people without sort of any of these social insurance protections. And this pressure to cut, sort of surprisingly, or maybe not surprisingly, is despite Social Security's long record of success and its affordability. And as some of our commentators and even my slides sort of alluded to, there are also benefit improvements needed in Social Security. So it's not just a matter of protecting current benefit levels, but with my example of what a low-wage worker would get if they retired this year, we can see that those benefits are not really adequate. They're just above the SSI maximum rate. Folks like that are unlikely to have pensions or any other substantial savings, might not be able to work very much in retirement, if at all. So we need to do something, I think, for those long-term low-wage workers. Another area of vulnerability is that elderly widows have very high poverty rates. And so if there are things that we can do to enrich those benefits at very advanced ages for really any unmarried person living alone, that's also another area where... did I just go backwards? Okay, so talking a little bit about the trust fund imbalance.
One more minute.
Okay. Let's not talk about the trust fund imbalance. Because I want to get to a couple of other more immediate issues. Certainly there's a lot of pressure to include Social Security in a grand bargain, but what people like my boss, Congressman Becerra and Congressman Levin, emphasize is that Social Security did not cause our debt. It's taken out more than it's it's taken in more than it's paid out over its lifetime. Social Security has no authority to deficit spend. If there isn't money in the trust fund or money coming in through FICA, it can't borrow. It just has to stop paying benefits until the money comes in. And really, a better way to deal with Social Security's long-term solvency is to do it separately from the overall deficit reduction. Jeff talked a little bit about the COLA cut and the chain CPI, as did Roy. That's another threat, and that's really coming from the whole fiscal pressure grand bargain. There's two final immediate issues that I want to close on. One is the appropriations process. SSA's budget to operate its offices and to handle customer service and to approve claims and straighten out mistakes when they happen has been cut significantly. They've had 3 years of sustained budget cuts that have resulted in a staffing loss at SSA of about 10% of its workforce. This means that service is declining across the agency. We have higher busy rates, longer waits in line to get service, waiting times to have a disability claim reviewed are taking longer, errors are up. This is a significant problem. And then the last thing is that comprehensive immigration reform, which is something that Congressman Becerra is very deeply involved with. There's a risk there of some very punitive amendments being offered and voted on that would really create sort of second-class status for immigrants who are adjusting to a regularized status, and in fact deny them earned benefits that they've paid for. So we're very much on the alert against that, and that's a significant concern I have about immigration reform going forward. Overall, very beneficial, but there are some real poison pills out there in terms of Social Security's protections that we want to guard against.
Thank you, Catherine. Thank you, everybody, for the great presentations. We're going to open it up for questions, but let me start just with one general question that I have from the perspective of the mobilization from the community, from the strategy. As you know, for those of our organizations that funded and created Latinos for Secure Retirement almost a decade ago, this has been a priority, it has been a critical issue. This is not something new, it's something that keeps coming back to the table, but unfortunately, it seems like the way it's being discussed right now, especially at a time that we're going through this serious economic recession, there are some unfortunate realities on the table. As a coalition, not only with Latinos for Secure Retirement, but as I mentioned, the 34 national Latino organizations with NHLA, we're trying to do what we can. From the educational pieces, the mobilization on the grounds, the town hall meetings, the media events, the different elements of policy. From your perspective, what is missing to make sure that we not only are more aggressive? I think your presentation showed that all communities on board. The polls show that we're willing to pay more to protect Social Security. What is the strategic element that is missing on the table to make sure that there is not a real possibility of structural changes for Social Security?
I think one of the most important things is education, because there are so many myths, as I alluded to earlier, flying out there that people are starting to believe. They hear myth over and over and over again, and pretty soon people start believing that indeed it's running out of money, that indeed it's not going to be there for their children, and all these things that fly around in the media. I think that a good education effort to make folks aware of what the realities are in the program, what the future is for the funding of Social Security, is very, very important. Because you can do anything you want other than that, but if people don't know about it, it makes it very difficult for them, for example, to write to the congressman and say, don't vote on the, or oppose the change in CPI, if they don't know what you're talking about. So I think education is very, very important.
Gracias, Roy. Any other comments or suggestions?
Yeah, well, I agree with Roy, but we'll just expand on that. In particular, I think there's a need to focus on educating younger people and combating this notion of generational warfare. The idea that older people are basically living off the money of the young people, and there's nothing there for young people when they retire. When in fact, all the proposals to change Social Security, whether it's the change CPI or raising the retirement age, well, particularly the raising the retirement age, not so much change CPI, but the raising the retirement age, that's not going to affect people who are near retirement today. That's going to affect younger people. So what they're really talking about, they're talking about generational warfare, but they're talking about reducing the benefits of younger people when they get older in order to prevent that. That doesn't make any sense. I mean, it's really so I think that's something that needs to be brought home.
Another comment?
I would agree with Jerry and Roy too. I also think voter mobilization and raising the voices of voters is really important, because again, there's this very sustained campaign against Social Security as an unaffordable program is out of control. We hear a lot of these myths, even feeding young people's misperceptions, or the notion that the misperception that young people don't support Social Security when the data shows that in fact they do, and older folks want it for their kids. So really, there's a sort of a silent majority, and so your education, your mobilization is very important that members of Congress hear that what the American people want is quite different from what some of the deficit hawks and the punditocracy here in Washington see.
From the modern mobilization point of view, obviously everything is before and after this year, as we can see now with the role that the Latino community is playing in a number of issues and debates. And I think that's very important, Catherine, what you mentioned, all of those organizations like mine and the ones that are on this table, we did all the civic participation, mobilization last year on voter education, voter registration, GOTV, fighting voter suppression. But there is a critical element that we are also including to make sure that our campaigns continue through the years, and that's engaging around issues, and obviously social security has to be one of those critical priorities. Any other comment before we open it up?
Just agreeing with the whole panel. I mean, our program, the majority of our participants supplement their Social Security with the CSIP program, just for the fact that Social Security is just not enough, and they have to go back to the workforce. The majority of our folks don't have savings or retirement plans, and unfortunately, they depend on CSIP to supplement Social Security. So, I mean, it's crucial.
Gracias, Emma. Let's open it up for a couple of questions over there in the back, and then over here.
Hi, thank you very much. Really informative panel. My name is John Adler. I'm with SEIU Research Employees Management Committee. I want to follow up on the point about immigration reform and its effect on Social Security. I wonder if any of the panelists could answer this question. Keeping in mind that you do have these amendments out there that may affect the answer. The question is, can we argue that immigration reform will help bolster
Yes.
Social Security?
Yes,
And
indeed.
if so, could you explain that? Because there's the argument that, well, we've had all these undocumented workers who have been contributing to Social Security but are not able to collect benefits. They will come into the system and collect benefits, but obviously also immigration reform will then hopefully take everybody out from the
Right, it's
shadow
bringing
economy.
people out of the shadows,
Right.
so they start paying taxes. Even those undocumented workers who do pay taxes, many of them do. I think the actuaries estimate that a majority of them do, and they certainly work at very high rates. But even though they would, in the future, down the road, they tend to be younger workers, so it's a long time of paying taxes before they get benefits. And I think the actuaries, again, they haven't estimated legislation yet, and who knows how it all turns out, but it's still expected to be a positive impact on Social Security. And then finally, even more sort of broadly, is that immigrants add to our workforce and the size of our population, and that is a positive for Social Security as well.
Yes, indeed, and also the idea that, of course, the more workers that you have that are paying into Social Security, that are supporting the program, the better off the program's going to be in the long run for the younger people that come along. It's estimated, I believe, that about 3%, it would be an improvement between 3 and 4% of the longevity of the funding of the program just by the immigration reform itself. These are very rough estimates that they have compiled, but indeed it would make a great difference. A lot of people would indeed come out of the shadows and start contributing where they might not be. There's a lot of situations, especially in California, places where there's agriculture, where people are still to this day being paid under the table, so no contributions are made into Social Security and other taxes. The vast majority, I found, I did radio and TV in Los Angeles in Spanish, vast majority of the people are indeed committed, and they are indeed wanting to contribute. Most of the cases that I used to get calls on would say, Mr. Aragon, how can I get a Social Security number so I can comply with my obligation? Not how can I get benefits, but how can I comply? And that's the vast majority of the cases, and the more that we're able to bring out of the shadows and to contribute and be a force in keeping it afloat, the better off we're going to be in the long run.
Another question over here?
Yes. Hi, I'm Lorena Chambers at Chambers of Strategies. Thank you for the panel information. I actually was LSR, one of my clients many years ago when we did the first advertising campaign against privatizing in 2006. So I've been following this issue for a long time, and I have two questions, very different. Jasmine, first, I'd love to get a little more on the methodology of your focus groups. I hope I misunderstood. It was only 2 focus groups from which you based all of your research. I think there might have been more, but I'm not sure. And my second question is for Roy, in that you and Catherine are saying the same thing, but I just would love to get what the messaging point is. Are we running out of money? Are we not? I'm more than 20 years away from retiring, and it seems like when I get there, I'm not going to have full benefits. But even more, I think, I'm a Gen Xer, so the Gen Yers and the millennials then, especially because the economy, the way it's been set up, aren't paying into our social security system, and therefore their chances of even getting anywhere near 75% might be a lot lower. So it's not generational warfare, really, that we're trying to clarify. Is really finding out if there's a difference between what the benefits are going to be. We're not running out of money right now, but it seems that in 20 years we are going to be running out of money unless we make these huge changes, which with this dysfunctional Congress, don't know if it's going to happen. But having said that, is there a way where everyone can expect to get fully 100% of their benefits? And I'm much more worried about the generations behind me as opposed to mine, and sort of these kids coming out of college now. So 2 totally different questions.
Sure. So the question was more about our methodology, which was not based on just 2 focus groups. We did the 2 focus groups in the beginning to sort of just hear about what real people thought in their own words about Social Security, about benefit levels, etc. Then we did a national survey of 2,000 people, and so that was all online, and that was weighted to match the population of the 2010 census. So
perfect, because the
more than just 20 people.
Right, exactly.
2,000.
That's great. That's great to hear, because the conclusions are really important in the kind of research and findings that you had. Exactly.
Okay, and my piece here. No, we are not running out of money, or they are not running out of money. Still talking like a company person, but no, money is not running out. There's 2.6 trillion right now. That's projected to rise to 4.3 trillion by 2023, and even when those accumulated funds run out, there will still be, as Catherine said a little while ago, yes, there will still be enough people, about 171 million estimated people will still be working and paying into Social Security at that time. And so the worst case scenario, and I kind of do it the other way, and I see my glass half full. So the worst case scenario, there would be about 78% to 80% funding for Social Security. Of course, nobody wants 78 or 80%, right? We all want the 100%. What do we do to bring up that, to make up that shortfall in 2033, 2044, 2052, depending on who you listen to? Because that 2033 is a figure that some people use, and indeed there's other figures that are used. Many things can happen in the economy, many things can happen with immigration, many things can happen, to change this projection of 2033. We don't know indeed that that's what's going to happen in 2033. We've got a few years to make the necessary adjustments. And indeed, any program, I don't care what program you're talking about, at some point has to be adjusted. I don't care if it's Social Security or Medicare or anything. It has to be adjusted at some point. Just like a plane has to be adjusted for the terrain. Same thing with Social Security. In my estimation, the best adjustment would be to remove, not to remove the cap entirely, but to raise the cap. Because there's a diminishing return if you totally remove the cap, because of the imbalance of the amount of benefits that people would be receiving if the cap was totally removed. So the idea is to adjust that cap to that optimum level, which might be 250,000 a year, 500,000 a year, someplace in those realms. So there are a lot of things that can be done. That would be the one change that would go the furthest to keeping Social Security financially sound way into the future. The other thing that would help also, along with that, probably would solve any challenge in the future, would be to put under the Social Security system other government employees. Federal government employees are already paying FICA taxes. but there are groups like county employees, state employees, teachers groups that do not participate in Social Security. If you brought them in, it would help again to keep those funds coming in and keep the program solvent. So yeah, it's not as bleak as politicians paint it, really.
Let's take one more question because we're running out of time, and then we go back to the answers over here.
I'm John Abate, I'm with Morgan Stanley. Actually, I had a comment on the immigration. In 1970, we had 15 or 16 workers paying into the system for every beneficiary. Today, we have 3 workers. So if we can increase that base by 3 people, it would be great. But I had another question. I get a lot of feedback from people when they're looking at choices of where to put money. And I've heard the concept that, hey, if you add up all the money I put into Social Security relative to the amount of money I get back from Social Security, my rate of return on it's about 1% or less. And so, how do you respond to that? Because it's a different system than an investment. So how do y'all respond?
It's not an investment, and in fact, a lot of the rate of return analysis doesn't capture things like the risk that you become disabled, the risk that you might die prematurely and leave kids, the risk that you could retire in a bad market, the risk that you could be working at a time when the investment returns are poor, the risk that someone steals your money because you invested with Bernie Madoff. I mean, it goes on and on and on. And those pure rate of return calculations don't capture all the values of Social Security. But if you want to look at Social Security as an investment, that's sort of the most negative light to put it in. If you look at it as an insurance system that pays secure benefits to families, that's progressive, it has a redistributive aspect, that's sort of the answer. And of course, people always think they pay in more than they pay out, and they think they would have gotten a great return. And
when you position it that way, people are receptive to it, I guess is my question.
Receptive to
that concept, to change their
to rate of return or to privatization?
No. I'm saying, how do you change their perception to view it more as because it's not an investment, right? How do you
right?
It's
not designed to pay you back exactly what you paid in. Well, to talk about it as an insurance program that protects against risks, as opposed to a savings program that you only get out what you put in. Some people make a killing on Social Security.
Sure.
Some people get nothing. If I die with no dependents at 61, I don't get anything. But if I live to 95 and I have, disabled twins and a non-working husband, we're going to get a lot out of Social Security, and there's no way to sort of predict that or save up for that. So Social Security really does a different thing. That's why I'm not against retirement savings. I don't want to give that, but they really play different roles in economic security, and really the base to me is the social insurance aspect, not the private savings. That's a good supplement, but it's not can't be the
and
base.
again, to answer your question about how you assuage all those doubts or fears or whatever about the investment return, education, again, because many people hear somebody say something and they repeat it until everybody believes it. So again, it's education, it's knowing the facts.
And I don't think it was ever viewed as an investment, really, until more, well, it's been a while now, but, when all the propaganda started. It was part of the privatization campaign to compare it to investments. And it's just comparing apples and oranges. It just doesn't work.
Nobody thinks of their fire insurance as an investment.
Yeah. I mean, the one thing you can say is, for Mitt Romney, it's a loser.
It seems it's a very interesting topic. It seems sometimes very complicated because all the different elements of this conversation, sometimes the analysis is very deep. But I would like to close with one question. Obviously, we're talking in the title of this panel is the social safety net, protecting low-income seniors from poverty. From that context, what is the #1 priority from your perspective at this moment? Go ahead, and then we go down there.
I think one of the things that we really have to be careful with is changes like the change CPI, which would affect a lot of people, and a lot of people that are in the most need of these funds and depend on them to the greatest extent. The other piece of it is raising retirement age. As I alluded to earlier, it's not only there's a reduction in benefits by raising age in 3 ways. I talked about 2 of them, and one of them is the reduced benefit at age 62 is reduced even more as you raise the retirement age. Secondly, and maybe more importantly, is that you have to wait a few years longer to get that full benefit amount when you turn that magical age, whether it be 67 or 69 or whatever that would change to. So what we really need to do is protect what we have and build on it. Women's benefits, there's a lot to be done in that camp.
So CPI and retirement age. Catherine?
I agree, just generally is protecting the base, protecting the social security benefits.
Mr. Joe?
And I would say probably what you need to do is really focus soon on doing something to increase the revenue coming into Social Security, so that we stop a lot of this
That's the answer to the
misinformation.
benefit cuts.
Yeah.
We can pay for it,
Yeah,
it's not
we
that
can.
expensive.
And very modestly, and just for instance, the people who mentioned raising the cap on the FICA tax. Well, you know, before, the FICA tax collected a much higher percentage of wages in the nation. But as a greater percentage of wages goes to the very top wage earners, we're missing a much higher percentage of it. So we need to at least get it up to the level, the percentage of wages that were covered years ago.
Emma?
Well, I think education, folks need to know that they cannot depend solely on Social Security. I think they need to save and do other means, and not just depend on Social Security for their retirement.
Yasmin?
I agree that we need to sort of protect the base and not cut, and it's important to sort of get the information out there that Americans don't want to cut benefits, and they are willing to pay for them.
Yep.
They understand that it's modest, and so getting that information into the right hands of people who can make decisions about this is, I think, key right now.
Thank you for all the important information that you are sharing. We're going to have a networking break so you can talk to all of our great panelists. And thank you for coming. So we have until 1:45, right, Larry?
Yeah, the next panel will begin at 1:45.
Yeah, I brought these fact sheets the Hispanic and the African American stuff, but we have the link to the full report. The link to the full report is there.
Yes, good to see you. Okay, well, didn't get to see you last week, but Friday.
Great, great.
Okay, well, you know, some of the other issues.
George, Bob.
Oh,
How's it going?
I thought you abandoned us. There's no one here.
I had another event today, so I had an overlapping day.
Hey, nice to see you again.
They had Chad Hunter, their president, there, and we had John Capehart, the journalist. And the keynote was from, I can't remember his name, but he's the CEO of Marriott, talking about workplace. We're
That's for the next one.
You know, we gotta figure out.
We always hope it's gonna be better.
I was about to start waving it.
I think we miss a lot of opportunities.
Well, keep talking.
Okay,
Thanks.
I'm not gonna be. I think we're supposed to be. No, you're not. You know what? So we get the Social Security white paper in Spanish, Josh, on our website. Okay. Because I have no way of. I'm gonna communicate. I'm probably just pending, but
Yeah.
we have it already.
Yeah. Or that they can reach out to me and you get it.
Really, we should have a service. I would recommend we do something just to circulate to the members. You know, credential release. And this is Social Security. It's such a dominant income source for the Hispanic community.
Yes, one of the.
The chances of us getting a little more eyes looking at credential that aren't looking at us at all today would be much higher, considering the increase in population. The goodwill we would accumulate. People were talking about
Yeah, we did a press release when we initially launched it in November, the English version
Yeah.
of Social Security. So we could look at doing
something, or even maybe having you as like a thought leader on the newsroom, doing a newsroom feature.
Yeah, that's fine.
Of you being here, and then us sort of the Spanish.
But we'd have to position for, you know, Univision, the big ones.
Yeah, maybe we could get you, I have some friends that are Fox Latino in New York.
Yeah.
I could get you on that. And then CNN Espanol.
We go a long way. I think I wouldn't underestimate it.
Legal Bradford's coming, so
It's easy and cheap.
Daryl, just wanted to say
What?
thank you. It's wonderful.
All we did was translate the paper.
Right.
That's like $1 grand, and we're not getting it. Who else is coming?
Hazel Bradford, she's a reporter for Princeton Investment. She's exited earlier, so she was going to come over. Listen to you. I'll finish it.
Now, I'm going to raise, well, I'll meet, and then I'm going to pick up the wrestling.
I'm not sick of them. I'm back to the I'm like so cool.
Yeah, you know what? You're not the typical Josh. You're usually up.
Oh, I'm on meds.
Ah.
I've been sick. We've been doing social media all day. Oh, have we?
I thought that was a little bit paranoia.
My first girlfriend was Puerto Rican, but that was a long time ago. I was taking lessons from her. I have a son who goes to Montessori. You got to see I think it's in the height of American arrogance. It's American exception. Well, I was, I feel I speak broken English. So I can say cuss words in several languages.
Oh, that's great.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to try to stay on time here, on track. So could I ask our speakers to join us here up front at the table? Amy, John, George, 145. We have an hour for each panel.
Let's split us.
Yeah, of course. Nashville, 2 hours to go south. But yeah, big on the voice. Thank you. I loved your question. I had the same question I posed to you. I don't know that I got an answer. Okay. Yes and no. It's got, again, I never heard that. What are the benefits of
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get started with our second panel so we can stay on track here. We will, as we move forward throughout the day, I think after that first panel and the substantive nature of the discussion, we're going to challenge each panel to be even better. And I'm very confident that this next panel, folks.
Yes.
Su atención, por favor.
Señores, por favor.
So thanks everyone for hanging in there. What an amazing panel we had. In fact, the reason for the continued conversation is many of the panelists continue to be engaged and taking those conversations. Hopefully those will continue beyond just this panel and this summit. I want to let my colleague take it away, but I just wanted to real quickly introduce Jason, who is with the National Hispanic Council on Aging, and panel 2 of our half-day summit, increasing pension coverage, helping workers save and invest, and we have some of the foremost experts that are going to share information with you. So Jason, take it away.
So hi, I'm Jason Coates. I work with the National Hispanic Council on Aging. It's the leading national organization working to improve the lives of Hispanic older adults and their families and caregivers. And some of our priorities are health, housing, empowerment, and civic engagement, and of course, improving economic security. So our first panelist today is going to be Ms. Amy Hinojosa. She's the executive director of MANA, a national Latino organization overseeing operations and educational programming for the oldest and largest Latino membership organization in the United States. MANA maintains a long-standing relationship with the Women's Institute for Secure Retirement, as they have partnered on community education and advocacy for Latinas for over 15 years in the areas of financial literacy, retirement, pensions, and savings. Amy has extensive experience working on local and national grassroots campaigns targeted at mobilizing voices and actions in Hispanic communities nationwide on topics ranging from financial literacy and retirement, mentoring, long-term care planning, and census participation to advocacy efforts on student loans, immigration reform, and healthcare reform. Amy has had active leadership roles in all aspects of large-scale community education programs, from developing outreach strategies, producing internal and external communications, engaging community and corporate partners, developing and facilitating training for community organizers, and developing metrics and measuring outcomes to assembling and facilitating focus groups. Community education and engagement has been central to Amy's work, with a particular emphasis on youth. So, and next we'll have John Abeda. He's the founding member of the Abeda, Hueche, and Sanders Group, and the corporate retirement director at Morgan Stanley. He and his colleagues oversee the investment management of nearly $500 million for individual and institutional clients as of December 2010. So in March 2012, 401k Wire announced him as one of the top 50 finalists from the 500 most influential advisors in defined contribution. Mr. Abeda primarily works with institutions, consulting plan sponsors of ERISA qualified plans to help clients have more successful outcomes for their plan participants. His strengths are in investment management, comprehensive solution, and strategic advice. Next we have Mr. George Castaneras. Mr. George Castanero serves as the Senior Vice President of Total Retirement Solutions at Prudential Retirement Services Incorporated. He also serves as Senior Vice President of Distribution of Prudential Retirement, a business of Prudential Financial. He served as Senior Vice President of National Corporate Plan Sales of Prudential Retirement, and he attended Loyola Marymount University College of Business Administration. So now turn to Amy.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I am here to talk a little bit about best practices in women's financial education. At MANA, a National Latina organization, we're the oldest and largest grassroots advocacy organization in the country, focusing primarily on Latina youth and women. And what we have done for the last 15 years, MANA has partnered with the Women's Institute for a Secure Retirement. They are the leading advocacy and research group and voice for women's retirement issues. And so what we've done is we've taken the high-minded and very academic work that Wiser does, and we have put it into a format where we can provide that to community groups, specifically Latinas, to educate them about retirement issues, pension. And so why Latinas? Well, the obvious reason for MANA. But Latinas need financial and retirement education more than most groups. We have higher life expectancies. We experience some of the most severe disparities in pay equity, making only 61 cents for every dollar that a white male makes, and as opposed to 77 cents for every dollar that white women make. Over 80% of Latinas rely on Social Security for the majority of their retirement income, and only 21% of Latinas have pension coverage. More Latinas are working longer in many times service industry jobs, and so our job has become very tough to try to figure out how we help them understand what they need to do and what steps they need to take from a very basic level to when they get to retirement age. So what we have done, and our challenge, of course, is that, of course, 21% have pensions. 21% of Latinas have pensions. 77% of their retirement income comes from Social Security. So we're not, unfortunately, we're starting at a basic level. We're starting from the bottom. What we've done is to create a train-the-trainer program. So what we do is we go to MANA chapters, we go to different groups across the country, and we train women, bilingual women, in basic financial education, basic financial literacy, and we provide the information and tools so that they can train people in turn in their local communities. So when they take one of our workshops, each participant agrees to facilitate trainings, at least 2 trainings for the next 3 years in their local community. So they're each committing to 6 trainings for the next 3 years to help other women begin this process and begin the journey toward retirement. So what we do is provide useful, easy to understand information to participants. We utilize bilingual trainers, bilingual information. We define financial security as a lifelong journey and something that it's never too early to start. We focus on what women need to know to start making decisions about managing and saving money, Social Security and pension basics, and how to start planning for their future. And along the way, over the course of the 15 years and through these trainings, MANA and Wiser have actually created several publications that we provide in both English and Spanish to the groups that we serve. What does this mean? For us, the Latino community relies very heavily on the relationships we have within our home communities. And so what we're creating is a trusted network of Latina community leaders to begin educating their peers about financial education. We provide simple, actionable recommendations so that participants can begin setting goals the minute they walk out the door. We provide a community support network to reinforce those lessons so that they don't feel like we're just giving them information and setting them out on their own. They've got their community group there with them that can help them move forward in the goals that they set for their retirement. And then of course they have MANA and Wiser as ongoing support for them if they have any questions, often technical questions for Wiser. And what we have found over the years is that often workshop participants will go directly to their employers from there and ask about their benefits packages, and then sit down and really open that dialogue with their employers about what they have in their benefits packages, how they can get the most out of it, And then ultimately, we find that the employers come back to us and ask for a seminar to be conducted in their own companies. So obviously, we consider the partnership that Mana and Wiser has to be top tier. And for those of you that don't know about Wiser, it was named in 2012 one of Forbes' top 100 websites for women. And so I highly recommend www.wiserwomen.org as a resource because we use it as a resource to educate and train our community leaders. So I don't want to dominate the time, but just wanted to give an overview of the work that we've been doing in educating women. Look forward to the rest of the conversation.
Hi, I'm John Aveda. Thank you. I work for Morgan Stanley. I have a team called the Aveda Boucher and Sanders Group, and we specialize in helping employers create better outcomes for their employees. We consult with the companies in the selection of which retirement plans they put in place for their employees. And we use a lot of the, we have to be flexible because not every company can do every benefit. And so we try to get the best outcome for those employees. And a lot of our practice is based on education. We've been talking about education here, and so much of it is about understanding what tools you have, whether it's through programs like Amy's or the benefit plans being put in place by the companies or Social Security. A lot of people don't truly understand that. We actually just did a symposium that we do annually for the South Central Texas retirement community, where we invite plan sponsors, companies that have a plan for their employees. We had about 76 attendees there. We brought in 20 industry partners, and it was all on the subject of how do we make our employees retirement ready. It's a little bit of a crisis in the country because people aren't saving. Social Security is a great program, but it was not intended to be a retirement program for all people to cover all their needs. The thing I like though is that people care. The companies care, the employees care. They're all good. I mean, there's a couple bad ones out there, right? But in general, people care, and it's just when they understand something, that's when they actually use it. I brought a couple slides. They should be in your packets, but I just had 4. If y'all want to pull them out or look at them later, but a couple of these I think are really interesting. The first one's on household savings rates. In the U.S., the average household is saving about 6.5% of their disposable income. When you look at India, that's 32%, and China's 28%. And one thing I love about the 401k plan, and that's what we mostly use for employees, is that it's been one of the most effective vehicles of helping people save. I don't know how many of y'all know this, but it was actually an accident when it was created in a tax code, and it took a couple years for somebody to actually create a 401k plan, the first 401k plan. But because it's been so easy for people to save in them, they have been very effective. And in 2008, we had a kind of a bad experience. I meant more specific to us, but it was in general, everybody did. But oil went from $200 a barrel down to $80 a barrel. One of our largest clients was an oil driller. Well, when they're drilling at 200 versus 80, they lost a lot of contracts, and they had to lay off a lot of the workforce. And we had a lot of employees that were calling us, asking what to do, and we'd always encourage them to keep their money in their retirement plan. What was happening though is we realized that this was the only savings they had, and if they wouldn't have had something through the 401k plan, they wouldn't have anything at all. So it is very important because it makes it a very easy vehicle where you have high quality investment management, a good program that they may not have access to. If I'm just somebody off the street with a minimum wage job, I probably don't have access to planners. I don't have access to quality investments. I don't have access to having a company there doing the fiduciary oversight, making sure I'm protected. And they have all that in a 401k plan. The other thing, and this is the second slide I have, and it's in there. It says, who has a 401k plan? We hear a lot of talks that it's for the rich people. It's for the high wage earners in the companies. And in some cases I see companies that are more designed around the executives, but most of our clients, they're more concerned about the employees. And when you look at it, actually 401k plans, 80% of the people in them are people with household incomes of under $100,000. Okay? And then more importantly, when you look at the group that are earning $30,000 to $50,000 a year, if they have a retirement plan in place at their employer, 71% of them save. if they don't have anything, and this is where some of these auto IRAs, things like that, may make a lot of sense in this country, but if they don't have anything at work, only 4% of them save. Okay, so a lot of times this is their savings vehicle. You know, planning policies, one thing I don't like is when I hear people say, oh, I love getting my tax refund every year because I get $2,000 and it's a way of saving. You know, it's not a way of savings, it's a way of tricking yourself into not having enough money to put in other savings vehicles, right? And so you do it through the tax system. But a lot of people, unfortunately, they live paycheck to paycheck, and we learn to spend our paycheck. And that's an obstacle that we deal with employees, because they spend their paycheck. You know, so we can help them put some of their money away for themselves and their families first. We can do that. So that's one key thing we do. And you know, when I look at the plans, I think the key thing is every company's different and has unique issues, and you need to help them to make decisions that are going to be best for their employees. So one thing I like about where I work is I can engage them in any way I want. I can engage them as a commissioned agent. I can engage them as a fiduciary status advisor. But the key thing is we can bring choice to those employers to help those employees make good choices for themselves. You know, and then I just have a comment on you know, tax policy. When we're looking at tax policy in the budget office, and this is the fourth slide, you know, I see this and I always kind of cringe. Mind you, I'm thinking a little longer term because you know, we may be dealing with a 25-year-old or a 30-year-old, and we're building a plan out till they're, you know, through their lifetimes, you know, a 30-year plan. But when you look at tax expenditures, these 401ks and pensions always show up as a real big tax expense for the country. And one thing that these don't take into account, they're 10-year snapshots, right? That's how our budget office looks at our budgeting. It's 10-year increments. Well, if all this money that goes in there, it eventually comes back out. Okay, so when they're in retirement, they're pulling it out and they're receiving that income. They're just deferring the receipt of the income. When they pass away and they give it to their heirs, those heirs pull it out and they receive that income. So this money actually comes back to us and the federal government, and it comes back with earnings and interest. Okay, so the amount that actually comes back is very significant. And when you rank these in studies, and you know, we don't know exactly, but it usually falls down to some of the lower major cost items to where it's not as big of a target. But you know, when we're planning for retirements, we're thinking long term, and I think from the when you're looking at some tax policies around 401k plans, I think we need to look at it longer term too, that those dollars do come back to us. Go ahead.
All right, I'm in agreement. Thank you for having us, and I'm George Castaneras. Thank you for the introduction earlier. I'll share a little bit about my background, personal and professionally, because they are correlated. I always wondered, was I 12 years old at some point and decided I really want to be in the retirement business? That really wasn't true. But I got here for a reason, and I'm unbelievably passionate about it, so I'll share some of that. I do want to highlight the retirement crisis at a macro level, and then I'll share perspectives at the generational level and the Hispanic level, and then prescribe some solutions for consideration. So what I do at Prudential, as was mentioned earlier, I head up what we call Total Retirement Solutions. So that's our full service defined contribution, defined benefit, non-qualified, and actuarial consulting practice that serves about 6,500 clients and about 3.6 million participants with about I think about $150 billion of assets under administration. I've grown up in this business for 24 years, so I've been in front of plan sponsors, advisors, consultants, public and private, my entire life in this business. But then I couldn't help myself wondering, how did I get here? So I wanted to share some of that because I've immigrated to the United States when I was an infant with my family. Southern California, that bypassed the East Coast, I did it all backwards, and moved east over time. And I remember a story that I'll never forget in 1984. I was still young, just barely driving, come home, and my parents are in a little bit of a tiff, but in Latin America, that's more of a passionate conversation. And I hope you can appreciate that. So I didn't understand what was going on, but then I go in the backyard and there's a brand new jacuzzi. And I'm like, wow, this is awesome. But the tip was around, we can't afford the jacuzzi. But credit cards to us who immigrated from another land was the best financial instrument on the planet. Since then, I did watch the ceremonial, let's burn these credit cards, cut them up, throw them in the fireplace, and I thought I was learning something along the way. But then you move forward to 1990, I graduated from college with a finance and economics degree, and I graduated not just with debt, for the education, but $27,000 in credit cards at the exact same time. So I stayed at home, lived there for 2 years, paid them off because I became panicked of having to go through what my father went through. So now it's 2013. I'm experiencing what people call the sandwich generation, where I'm working with not just my own children, but my in-laws and my parents. And I'm okay with that. But something happened the other day, a week ago, today's Wednesday, right? A week ago from today, my daughter Emily, 10 years old, looks at me and she goes, "Dad, do you have change for this $5? And she got it because she lost a tooth, so that was the tooth fairy. I don't really think she believes in it anymore, but she knows the game, so she'll keep playing. And I go, what do you need 5 ones for the 5 for? And she goes, well, you told me to split it up. I need some for now, I need some for the rainy day, and I need some so I can do everything I want and I don't have to work in the future. I'm like, I'm a good dad. So it made me feel good, and I'll share one of my conclusions, and it was discussed in the earlier panel. Education is critical on so many fronts, and as much as we want to point the finger sometimes to the education system in the U.S., we own it personally as well. I think we don't do enough there. So the retirement crisis. So you can see how I ended up loving saving for retirement and how I ended up here. You have 10,000 people graduating every single day in this country, basically turning 65. That's not going to conclude for another 17 years. So the demographic bulge is significant. The person that will live to 150 years old has already been born. Okay, so as much as I appreciate the conversation that took place regarding Social Security earlier, and I'm a big proponent, I'll share that in a minute, of Social Security because I think it is part of the solution, the reality is mortality tables will change and funding statuses are going to have to accommodate that over time. So that's something to take into consideration. The average account balance for someone that's graduating out of these plans, if they decided to stop working, is about $65,000 for these individuals. And then finally, if you've been paying attention to the news, and I know most of you have, defined benefit plans, pension systems. Pension systems and preferably Social Security, the two most prominent influential sources of income in this country. One needs to be demystified, Social Security, and defined benefit plans are becoming unaffordable for many of the corporations that exist in the United States today. It's becoming more challenging because the accumulated liability in some of these pension plans, you could argue some of these companies are no longer a manufacturer of widget A, which is what they started with, and they're more insurance companies because their liabilities have grown to become so large. So we have a generation that's going to graduate without that being accessible to them. And what John talked about with 401k plans, or generally speaking, defined contribution plans, that will become the primary source of income in the future in addition to Social Security. When you look at the boomers that are graduating now, I'll share some statistics. First, only 15% of Americans are on track to replace about 85% of their income, 15%. Boston College, we sponsor research, recently released that workers at risk of not achieving their target standard of living has gone up from 30% to 51%. And that was a result from 2012 is when that study came out. Nearly 1/4 of employees are estimated that the percentage of nearly 1/4 of employers estimate that the percentage of boomers who postpone retirement could exceed 50%. So people in the workforce being there much, much longer. When you go to the millennials, it's a different dynamic. They have no expectation of any type of a pension system. We've done research that was released last year. They have no expectation of Social Security. They are already carrying large debt and enduring a unemployment rate that they weren't expecting. And they jump from job to job on average about every 1.5 years. And that's going to be a big crisis for us too, and they're used to doing everything on their mobile phones. So we're not sure exactly how to address that, but that's also a challenge. When you look at the Hispanic population, and the data's in there, I just wanted to highlight a couple, especially since I've grown up in that environment. Everyone knows the population is going to continue to increase. It's expected to triple over the next 40 years. 2/3 of the Hispanic population that's currently working currently have no access to a retirement plan whatsoever. 57% of Hispanics who left their employer in 2010 cashed out, received that check for $15,000, $20,000, whatever the dollar amount was, And instead of saving it, they ended up using it and starting from scratch again. And lastly, and this was mentioned, I think, by Larry at the beginning, or maybe Jeff, I can't remember, auto enrollment is a big, big item. It does drive positive behavior, significant positive behavior. So to give you a statistic, Hispanic workers who are placed in an environment where they're automatically enrolled, 83% remain participating versus the national average of 59%. Okay, so that's on the Hispanic side. So when you look at the solution, here's what I would propose: financial literacy at all levels. The fact that my daughter is willing to take $5 and split it into 5 singles, look, I'm proud of myself as it relates to that, but it is not easy to train them to not be immediately gratified because there's so many other toys and candy that they can buy immediately. It shouldn't be just me, it should be the education system in the U.S. as well. Second, coverage. There's a lot of employers that don't have access to these plans. And some of it isn't just based on cost. Part of it's cost. I know this is being addressed in Washington. Part of it, and John could probably speak to this as well, the fiduciary liability scares people to death. I have to make a decision on behalf of thousands, hundreds of employees, and I don't want to make the wrong decision on behalf of them as a fiduciary. Plan design has a lot of merit, and I don't know how much, John, you worked on that, but I suspect it's pretty dominant in your practice.
Absolutely.
Auto enrollment, auto escalation, auto investment strategy, and auto income is what I would propose. Now, a lot of people will debate income, but it's becoming more prominent in conversations than ever before. So as much as we might want to debate whether it's saving enough for folks or is the fee reasonable enough, we have statistics that demonstrate that giving people the security or peace of mind that the money's not going away gets them to do 2 things better than the average American. They save 33% more on average, and the likelihood of them staying invested during a market downturn like 2008 is 2.5 times greater. So what do you think happens in 2008? Because I went to our call centers with over 250 reps that answered phones for participants when the market was collapsing at 500 points a day. And you all know the answer. One of 2 choices. They stop investing, and they're now getting back in, or they take the money out of equity and push it into the most conservative fund possible, which is why the average rate of return is typically about 1.7 to 2.2% for the average 401k participant. So that's plan design, and I think coverage are 2 additional elements, and then Social Security. So you're the first audience to get access to a Social Security white paper that we wrote. We released it in late 2012. We just released the Spanish version this year, actually for this conference. You can pick it up in the back. And it has nothing to do with Prudential other than providing the research. Because what wasn't shared earlier today, 70% of the people receiving Social Security benefits are receiving a reduced amount. I drove my parents when they turned 62 to go get that amount because they are in fear just as much as everyone else. It's going away. So for the millennials, I'm not overly concerned because individuals like John and other institutions that provide advice to plan sponsors, if they put the right plan design, if Washington provides the right safe harbor protections, I actually think we can solve for the millennials. But for the baby boomers that are starting to graduate, the reality is if you graduate at $65,000, what choices do you have left? Because I can't put more money in your account. But there isn't a lost hope. If all people did was take that money and bridge themselves from 62 to 70, your Social Security income would double. And chances are you're going to live longer. So if there's any message that I want to leave folks with today, pick up the paper because it is an opportunity to demystify what Social Security represents. I'm a strong believer it's not going to go away. I would argue that it has to change, and I think it was shared earlier. Over time, it's natural. Things have to change as times progress. But if there's an opportunity, and I know it's not easy for everybody, to delay Social Security from 62 to 70 considering lifespans, and the amount of money that's been accumulated, if any, is potentially enough to get you there, make that recommendation. Versus avoiding it altogether because people are hearing too much in the press or the papers that it's challenged, underfunded, and eventually going away. So all that being said, it's not a solution that us at Prudential can solve on our own. It's Washington, it's advisors, it's institutions like Amy's and everyone else that's on this panel here today. There's never been an industry that at this point in time is really the catalyst to support the future welfare of so many Americans going forward. So it's not about one institution, it's about all of us collaborating together to bring this to a better place. So I'll stop there with my formal remarks. I hope you picked up the paper and share it. I recommend you share it freely, just to educate the population. I'm glad that was shared earlier in the first panel.
So I've got one question for the three of you. So you've heard a lot of pretty well like addressing retirement accounts, but I imagine the one issue that is particularly salient among Hispanics is being unbanked. That is, so not having access to a bank, or perhaps having access but not just being like signed up, or for even a checking account, or it's like even like a minor savings account. What do you all suggest to reach out to the unbanked and how to deal with the issue in general?
If I can jump in first. I think that goes centrally to the work that we do. When we talk about educating communities on a very basic level, this is really where it starts. If we're still looking at a population that's about 50% unbanked still, we have to start with that basic, why do you need a bank account? What goes on when you apply? What information are you giving? And I think that because of the political climate and the fear that our community still has with government and providing information, it's a scary thing. So for us, the ability to provide trusted community sources who are walking them through this process and teaching them how to start getting banked, this for us is where we see the most important part of the job of starting that basic financial literacy trajectory.
Yeah, I'd like to add on that one. A lot of our companies are construction or oil or something like that where they have very high Hispanic populations. And I actually, like the idea that some of that education and that force to push them to do the right things comes from the employer. And so for features like in the 401k plan, when you auto-enroll, and George mentioned this, you have high capture rates among Hispanics. We actually see very high capture rates with our employee bases where we say, hey, we're going to put you in unless you tell us not to, because they don't know what to do. And so when you do it for them, they see it. Now it's not foreign. Now it's, hey, it's tangible. Now I'm more interested because I have money in here. What do I need to do to learn about it? Well, we had a client who they have about 3,000 workers, mostly construction, and they had a real problem with wanting to do direct deposits, and nobody had bank accounts. And so what they did was they started doing prepaid debit cards, but it slowly pushed them into learning something new and realizing that, hey, this might actually be more secure and maybe a better way to do things. And so I think a lot of times people don't do what may be in their best interest, not because they don't have good intentions, but they just don't know. And sometimes giving them gentle nudges to do that helps. And to George's point, the employers are very scared to do that because they're afraid of the ramifications. So we do need to help protect them to help their employees make good choices by nudging them in the right direction.
I think the only thing I'd add is the word confidence. My first role in this industry was doing Spanish enrollment meetings. And I don't think the world has changed too much. And what I have noticed when you get up in front of an audience, I remember talking about the pre-tax benefits. I think education is critical. I completely agree with that. And this observation continues today. There's skepticism typically. What's my employer get? Why am I getting this pre-tax benefit? How's that work? What's the game? There's got to be a game. And they don't really listen to us as practitioners, and they don't really listen sometimes to the employer unless you do an auto-enrollment, but they will listen to the person they trust, and they work by it every single day. So what I witnessed in my career is people saying, oh, if this person who I trust is doing it, I'm in too. And the fascinating concept, they stay in for the long run. So the only thing I would add to education, who can we have as spokesperson or people to argue, have confidence, this is a good thing. So that's the only thing I would add.
Thanks. So maybe what are some of the specific challenges to financial literacy that many Hispanics face?
Well, I think the specific challenges are really just the unknown, getting folks to the point from where they don't understand even that simple concept of banking to the point where they're thinking about retirement and savings and thinking past their next paycheck. And so in the sessions that I've done across the country, getting them over that hump of getting them to understand that long-term picture of what it means for their lifetime to even start the conversation up. Because if they don't see anything past, I need to make this amount of money to make these bills, or to try to make it stretch, it doesn't resonate. So if you have to get them to understand the big picture before they'll even jump into the conversation to begin with.
Do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I'll add something, which we do a lot of work on behavioral finance, which is an interesting body of work. So this is actually more general in terms, but exasperated with the Latin community, the Hispanic community. Think about yourselves. Where in your hierarchy of interest as a human being falls saving for the future? 30 years out, 20 years out, 10 years out. Now, I would argue a lot of the folks here in this room have a little bit more knowledge around that, so you might be on the favored side of that equation. The reality is it's not even the top 10. So what happens when they finally get to the point, due to something that's happened in the family, to say, oh, yeah, I really need to save. So what do we do when they finally recognize that there's a need? We take them and we put them in this bucket called the financial services industry that's considered perhaps the most daunting, complex, intimidating environment you could possibly imagine. So my only point here is I'm watching how people behave. The inertia is very dominant in America to begin with. It's not something that we even condition our citizens to focus in on, because we're more interested on, hey, buy this, it's on sale. Hey, buy this, on sale. So an example of innovation that's taking place, don't know where it's going to go. There's an institution in Southern California called SaverNation.org. It's an interesting concept. Don't know if it's going to do well, but what they figured out is, well, people are going to keep spending money. So not terribly dissimilar from a You Promise. Well, if they're going to spend money online, why not take a percentage of everything that they spend and put it into their 401k plan through a payroll process? So it's early, but those types of things are going to start evolving, because how do you create an environment for saving that's more in a natural habitat versus one that becomes very intimidating?
Yeah, I'd like to add a little bit on that one too, because the education, it doesn't come to them, and it comes to them late, and it's true, they don't understand it. Finance is the most complex thing, so we do need to help the fiduciaries be empowered to educate our folks. But the other thing though is we need to look at our school system and what we're doing just in the family system. I went to a nice private university in San Antonio, and they didn't have any financial education. And I was just at a conference like this, and somebody brought up, one problem with my 14-year-old is they know all about sex, they know all about drugs, they know a little bit about science and some math, but they don't know anything about finance. So they're learning health and things like that in schools, but they're not learning anything about finance. And then I was asked to speak last Wednesday to a class at Trinity, because for the first time they had a financial literacy course, for personal finance, not corporate finance. In my school they required us to go to a writing workshop, because they said, hey, all these high school kids can't write, so we better teach them to write, because they need to be able to write in the world. But what we're not doing is we're not teaching them what money is. And people coming out of school with credit card debt, school debt, it's a real problem. And so we need to really bring that down to the beginning levels, to where everybody's child saving 30% of their, or 60% of their income for the future.
Are there any questions from the audience? Are you in the back? Oh, it was for you in the back.
My name's Al Campos. I'm from the National Education Association. I was wondering if you could give us a better sense of the size of the market we're talking about in the Latino community, and also, in light of wages stagnating, what type of policies would you encourage the government to support or propose to try to increase the savings rate and also address the issue of stagnating wages? Because I think they go hand in hand.
So I think I can take the first question of the size of the population that we're talking about. The percentage of Latino older populations, the 2010 number is about 6%, but by 2050 that's going to jump up to almost 20% of the overall population of Latinos in retirement age. So so it's relatively small right now, but we're looking at, and with the population increase, we're looking at a huge jump by 2050. So we're looking at a significant portion of the population. population by then?
I'd like to, you know, I can't speak on national levels, but in San Antonio, if you're not a Latino, you're the minority, right? So most of our clients are Latino. Most of our employees we work with are Latino. You know, we're a huge proponent of auto enrollment in plans. Most of our clients were very scared of doing it. They were afraid that they'd get a lot of negative reaction from their employees. But what really happened was most of those employers realized that these employees are like, hey, I know I'm supposed to. But once I looked at this was so complex. I didn't know how to do it. And so most of the feedback that the employers get is actually positive. You know, and a great example, we have a client that had about a 50 to 60% enrollment rate in their plan. Actually, let me talk about two clients. We had one that was, it was just a situation where the company had a match, okay? And they had about a 60% enrollment rate. And then we decided to auto-enroll it. And the enrollment rates went up to about 70 to 80%. And then what also happened though, is because people were in the plan, they said, hey, I'm only being put in here at 3. Now that I'm in here, I might as well do what the company's matching. So the savings rates drastically increased there. The other thing, and this is kind of more back to that education, we need to be very conscious of when we are suggesting people do things. Because what we don't want to do is truly take all that ownership off of the individual. And we saw this with another client who's extraordinarily generous. I wish all our clients were this generous, but they do about a 5 to 7% annual profit sharing contribution to their plan. They also had a match. So they had a match and a profit sharing contribution. This was great. The problem was almost all employees had an account balance, but only about 60% of the employees were putting their own money in. Okay? And so they were getting about 5 to 7% of their earnings put in there. Well, that's really not enough. But when you do something for someone, they feel that you're doing what's in their best interest. Okay? And so they say, hey, I don't need to worry because so-and-so's taking care of this. And so when we do make decisions, when we do make policy around it, we need to make decisions that actually are going to benefit them, and we need to take it all away. You know, because we had a client that would auto-enroll, and they'd auto-enroll at 3%, and they would auto-enroll putting the money into cash, okay? And this was before the Pension Protection Act of 2006. They actually were an early adopter. Well, I met with one of the body techs. It was a car dealership. And he doesn't make a lot of money. He was 27 years old. And I said, hey, you know, would you like me to review your account? He said, I don't know, I'm handled. The company already took care of that for me. And I was like, well, how long have you worked here? He's like, 6 years. And so, right immediately in my head, I said, no, the company didn't take care of you. They put you in saving 3% of your income, and they're putting you into a short-term vehicle that has no chance of beating inflation over your retirement savings group. And so let's go log in, you know. And so we made those changes. But he truly thought, hey, the employer did this for me, and they're doing it in my best interest, and I don't know who to turn to, and this stuff's so complex, so they must be doing what's in my best interest, because I trust them. So when we do these things, we also have to take it to the next step. But the companies are scared to do this because they have a lot of liability already. They just want to know that when they do go that next step, that they're not going to, you know, that they do truly act in their best interest of employees, that they're not going to get in trouble for it when they have good intent.
Yeah, I would, specifically on the policy side, PPA started 2006. I think that was terrific. The one area that I would say we should probably revisit is the auto enrollment feature. There was really no guidance on the right limits in my mind. The real amount that people should be saving at a minimum is 10%. And there's studies that have already been done that shows if you auto enroll at 3% versus 6%, the retention rate is about 10% higher. Why? Because now when you get that statement, wow, that's more money than I thought. This feels good. I'm going to keep going versus the 3% represents half, right? So any additional safe harbor, I think to John's point around plan design, inclusive of income, I think the information I think was released yesterday regarding promoting don't forget about the account balance. That's not meaningful. Start focusing on income and what it really means. That has been terrifically beneficial, unbelievably beneficial. The numbers that were shared earlier about contribution rates going up 4 to 7%, that's right on the money. Tax reform. Look, the reality is, and I understand the point that John made around collecting now versus collecting later, we're, as a country, in a challenging deficit, right? The likelihood of government having to impose some additional taxes, I would argue, is probably greater than 50-50 in some way, shape, or form. If it's in the 401k plan, isolate it to the highly compensated. Don't take that incentive away for others. On the fiduciary definition expansion, I think we've got Phyllis Borzi coming in later. She'll likely speak about that. I think that could be good. I think it could become challenging. I think it could actually create different dynamics of business models. The one thing I like about it, especially when it comes to the IRA, is having people understand more what's the benefit of me keeping it in an institutional environment versus a retail environment. Okay, because those individuals that I mentioned earlier that took the money in 2010 and cashed out, they either cashed out, they migrated to their bank, paid a retail fee, and then basically used it, and were paying more than they even recognized. So that, I think, needs to continue to evolve as well. And then on the coverage side, the coverage issue right now, everyone recognizes how important it is, but the reality is that it's tied to tax. So if you open up coverage and created some environment where all these employers start offering it, well, there's tax dollars saying bye-bye. Find a way to make it simple, because the one thing I know about this business, every plan sponsor has a unique feature that they want accommodated. These plans need to become simple, and the employer needs to be protected. So give them the benefit of being protected if you simplify the plan design. So that's for all that.
The next question. You can go ahead.
I've got a question around women's roles in financial planning, so directed to Amy or anybody else. Do you have any data or statistics on the role that women play in household decisions around financial planning? Is there any difference between those roles for Hispanics and non-Hispanics?
Well, a statistic, no. But anecdotally, what we believe at MANA, and with sort of one of our working themes, is that if you educate a woman, you educate a family. And so that's sort of how we go at it. So we do believe that women in the traditional Hispanic structure, even in the non-traditional structure, are thought leaders in their own homes. And so they really carry the torch for us and educate their families.
And then the second part of the question is, we mentioned differences in generations, right, and how they learn. And certainly when we're talking about older generations of Latinos, the need to talk to them, educate them in Spanish. But as they get younger and their way of learning is more mobile, does anybody have any comments around best practices of how we approach, the differences and how people learn and absorb information in the Latino community?
Well, I think it's becoming more and more interesting. You're right, younger generations are less traditional. They're not as inclined to sit in a classroom and want to learn. We're working a lot with social media to try to figure out how to, send messages or updates, email, text, that kind of thing, to figure out. It's a work in progress. We're trying to figure out what messages resonate at what times, and so I think it's something that we're going to have to keep working at because it changes from day to day.
Yeah, the social media is huge, specifically with the younger generations. And by the way, in all the meetings we do with employees, I saw about 200 employees yesterday. I'm not worried about the people under 35. They get it. They're saving. And there's a lot of peer pressure to save, and so I think it makes it very easy actually through social networks because, more people, like over the next 10 years, more people's buying decisions are going to be based on comments and user feedback rather than looking at the product, where just 10 years ago we'd go into the store and would look at the product and features, and that's how we'd make our buying decisions. Going forward, that same decision-making process is going to be based on what other people said. Why didn't the battery life last long? What broke on it? That's how they're going to make those buying decisions. Same thing with retirement planning decisions and anything for that matter. And it's true. The women in the households generally drive the business. We had a meeting with a bunch of guys, and they weren't enrolling. They didn't want to be part of the plan, and for whatever reason, the company did another session after work where the spouses went by and they all enrolled. You better enroll. So I think that peer pressure in the family is also true, and it goes back to who's a trusted source. And I think in the household, a lot of times it is the female figure, and I think in the younger generations, it's their peers. I do think it's that the baby boomers that I'm really concerned about. Mind you, I ride bicycles, and when I grew up, I had a bicycle, and I didn't wear a helmet. Now I wear helmets, and I see kids not wearing a helmet. I'm like, I can't believe that parent didn't let them wear a helmet, And so the mentality's changed, and then somebody said, well, yeah, but, your parents' generation, they were in World War II, and they're like, I'm not going to die from a bicycle crash. I came back from the war. So I do think that society's changing, and we have to be cognizant of it, and each generation there's a different message. And so I think that the future's really bright, but also just helping everybody understand is important.
Yeah, I'll add a little color because we actually are working quite a bit in what I would call the R&D lab around this category. As far as today, I would say educate people on Social Security because it is completely it's become, unfortunately, a real challenge. And I'm echoing what was shared already. So for today, based on where savings rates are, Social Security. As far as the digital population, they're masterful at how much they can handle at any given point in time. We get frustrated because we're talking to them and they're on their smartphones. But they can actually do that, send emails, talk to us, and actually be on point for all three at the exact same time. And there's a big difference scientifically between a 30-year-old millennial and a 20-year-old millennial. Big difference in how much they can consume data. So one thing in our industry that's happened historically, if you go back to a plan sponsor saying, I want this one specific feature for my plan because I'm unique. The other plan sponsor, the other employer saying the same thing. Well, the only thing that we as an industry have asked them for historically is give us the data, we'll manage your 401k plan as an example. But we were never looking at data as an asset, as an industry. So going forward, because of the mobilization of digital and what have you, that data will fall into the category of big data. So imagine a future state where you're on a smartphone and I have your email and I know exactly where you're at with your zip code, and I send you a note letting you know that actually in your zip code, you're in the bottom quartile of savers, and if you just hit this button and increase it by 1.5%, you'll be in the top half, yes or no? That's how people react to it. We're also working on a model right now on badges, right? On what we call retirement readiness engagement. Here's 5 engagements in a 401k plan as an example that we think are best practices. You'll get a badge for each one. They want that reward system. That's what they're accustomed to. And our society and our economy is not accounting for the value that's going to be driven from experience. It's no longer just about the product or the sophistication of the engineering of a solution, especially financial services. A lot of the economic value will be driven by experience. If you have a millennial having to click 3 times to get somewhere, you've lost them. You have to get them on that first click, and if you go to the second click, it better be meaningful. That's how far experience is going. So it's fun. It is really an exciting time.
In the back.
Julie Tippett, the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare, and clearly we care very much about Social Security and recognize what a huge percentage of income it is now for people, and it's in the future going to be a larger percentage of their income as fewer and fewer people have a defined benefit plan. You all are working on other means of savings, and a couple of you have mentioned people cashing out. What would you do would you put bigger walls up around those savings, and how would you go about that?
I would put a bigger wall. So one thing that in all of our studies, whether it's boomers or millennials, the one thing that they'll want is the easy button. They want to know that they're on track, that they're right with the decisions that they're making. So in order to create what we call sustained engagement, 3 things have to be true in the experience. And this is specific to, in your example, the cashing out. People need to feel that they can master whatever you're asking them to do, and that they can do it absolutely on their own without having anyone watch over them. And they need to feel that it's something that they can relate to. So examples of that, and I know it's not specific to the cash out, but again, it's about the experience. The income versus the account balance. That's something I relate to. That's exactly why it's creating sustained engagement and better outcomes with deferral rates. So my answer would be, yeah, create bigger walls, at least to give us the time to educate them on what they're about to do.
Yeah, hi, John Amber with SEIU. I want to focus, you guys are focusing mostly on your clients, which are the employers that do offer retirement plans. But I want to focus on that huge percentage of workers who are not saving because their employers do not offer retirement plans, and what we do about them. That's a disproportionate, those workers are disproportionately Latino. Jeff Cruz in his keynote this morning talked about the legislation that Senator Kevin De Leon sponsored in California to create a state-sponsored retirement plan for workers who don't have a retirement plan at work, which passed, but still, it's not implemented yet, and some other states are exploring as well. And I'd like to ask John and George your views of this, keeping in mind that your respective trade organizations, SIFMA and ACLI, one of our sponsors here today, have been among the most vocal opponents of the plan in California and proposals in other states. And what your views are about creating a plan like that in order to service this, almost half of American workers that don't have access to a retirement plan at work. Thank you.
I want to start, I think the opposition was more of that it was creating a more complex system. It seemed like a nice, easy solution, but it wasn't in line with everything else that's already been built, and that's actually a huge problem. And to George's point, if we can simplify things and make it easier for employers to put things in place, then it works. But the rules are so extraordinarily complex. Let me give you an example of a great client of ours who's a nonprofit organization, does an amazing amount of tremendous good work in the community. They provide medical services to low-income families in the area. And they have a nice retirement plan, and they used to have what we call a 403B, which were designed more for nonprofits. But that 403B was kind of antiquated. The 403B marketplace never kept up with the 401k marketplace because it didn't have some of the responsibility assigned to the fiduciaries. And so now the 401k marketplace is a much more efficient vehicle than the 403B marketplace. It's so much more efficient that there was recent regulations that cause 403Bs have to look more like 401ks. That being said, the rules are still different. And the company made a business decision that it made more sense to be running a 401k rather than the 403B. However, they had to maintain some aspects of that 403B running. Okay? The employees that have this legacy money in that 403B pay higher fees. They pay about 1% more, okay, per year. The employees in the 401k, they don't. Now, all of those employees are now contributing to the 401k, so they're using that for their future dollars, but they have these legacy dollars in this 403b. They're not allowed. There's no legal way for them to move their money from the 403b to the 401k unless they're 59 and a half or they leave employment. If they leave employment, and then they can take the money and roll it somewhere else, okay? But my point to that is we have all these different plans that are all working and they all have different rules, and then every company created their own plan that's complex, and we do need to simplify it because that's another thing that makes it difficult for everybody. It's just too darn complex. And so you come up with a new alternative, hey, let's just do this governmental sponsored plan. That may work, but only if we create a similar vehicle that's easy to operate and is linear with all the other retirement vehicles, so that if I work for nonprofits, the rules are the same as if I work for the government, and the rules are the same as if I work for the private sector. I think simplifying, those plans for Americans is important.
Yeah, I would, the coverage issue is probably the biggest issue, which is what was described. So I'll address it in 2 points, and so it's been covered. Why is that? It's typically small employers, and the reaction is driven by 2 factors, cost and risk. Those are the 2 things. I'd rather not deal with this, I don't want the liability, and it's too expensive. If there was an opportunity to promote a simplified plan, a multiple employer plan, that every small employer can participate in with the exact same funds, with the exact same plan design, with the exact same statements, and have auto features in it, the industry can provide that at a much lower cost, and they can gain enormous scale. So long as you tell that employer by operating this way, it reduces their fiduciary risk. That's one way that I would argue could help support that. As far as California, Connecticut, the states coming up with their own designs, my only concern there is this is where I would ask the federal government to come in and start looking at this more holistically. And I know they're trying to, and I think Senator Harkin's proposal might get us part of the way there. We'll see. Because the last thing we would want, because it happened with the 403B business, is a lot of patchwork from state to state on how these things are being put together. And employers are multi-states in some cases, not in others. Employees bounce around from employer to employer. The simpler you make it, the less costly it is, and the higher the likelihood of getting people to participate. And it doesn't mean that the employer has to put in a match.
Right. The truth is that, as you say, that the employers that are multi-state are mostly employers that are offering the plan.
Yeah, that's fair. I heard that in my head when I said it. You're right.
So this is, a single state where you're talking about small employers, you're right. Mostly low-wage workers don't have access to a plan. The California plan doesn't require the employers to do anything except enroll the employees and remit the contributions. No fiduciary responsibility, no due diligence, no plan selection responsibility, none of that. It simplifies it from your perspective. But it seems like, truthfully, it seems like the industry is opposing it because the money, you won't necessarily manage the money.
I think that the industry would be open to it, except the employers don't want to do it because there's no easy way to mass produce it. The state can do it because they can just go mass produce it. But if you gave the protections to simplify and mass produce it to the industry, it would be functional. Okay, and
I still have employer, but under that scenario, right? The employer still has the fiduciary responsibility, right? Even if it's mass produced or you have a simple design, you don't avoid, if the employer is sponsoring the plan, there's still going to be fiduciaries under risk. This approach seeks to avoid that for employers to make it easier for employers. I don't want to get into a big back and forth. It's curious to me that we have all these arguments about expanding coverage, but when there are specific proposals for expanding coverage, the industry is going to.
So in the interest of keeping on schedule, sorry, well that's to the end of the current panel, but thanks to Amy, John, and George. Let's have a round.
Folks, we didn't have a break scheduled here, but we're waiting on Congressman Raul Ruiz, who I expect to be here, but he is voting. So I guess we will take a break. So grab some water, coffee, whatever you need to do as soon as the congressman arrives, and we will resume.
At least the conversation. Oh, sure.
Yes, from San Antonio. No, actually, no, I was born in Cal State.
Were you?
My dad
Got to Texas as quick as you could.
That's what they say. That's what they say.
But I come here, or New York, or Chicago. Man, it's fun to be here.
Just outside of Houston.
Okay. My dad actually was born in a little farming community, and he wound up going to Berkeley and started as an engineer for the Navy. So then we went up to Washington State because it was a shipyard, and then we transferred to the Naval Air Station.
Thank you all so much.
Good job. How's it going?
Going good.
Good?
Hectic morning.
Settled in?
Yeah.
Oh, you were here and then you went to work?
Yeah, a bunch of things.
So, you look like it's going to be getting serious about retirement issues?
Oh, yeah. It's hard, but you just introduced our first bill, so about to move offices.
Oh, you're
baby
moving
steps.
offices?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I wanted to.
I'm thinking of me
Yeah, Jamie said, yeah, we were just on I know I was just saying. Oh my God.
I didn't mean to drugs. Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, here's a project.
Oh, okay, that's the whole thing.
I think it's,
That's like John's point was, culturally interested, right? And the kids can see, don't usually see their moms, they see walls or that's right. And but there are times when my husband you ever get in the car and you're like you get in the car and like you cannot reach, like look past it, the car and you can't.
Well, that's all you need.
That's not we have one with the Sally Lee Foundation. We put these evenings together to bring parents together to talk about financial literacy. And so I talked to them as a family that the amazing amount of returns on the simple amount it costs to put together, get to a high school, put together actually get to be around. But there are other
So you're enjoying it? Honestly. Should I do this? I've never experienced. I mean, I was driving myself. I could get shoot. Never
Meaning that the average number is X, and they over X that number by
And actually, you know Joe Larry? Yeah. So I started to do this. I didn't, this is for sure. Yeah. Oh yeah, that happened to me. I had to cut out about 3 feet of my house. So in really? Yeah. I'm like, oh. And that is the solution? Nothing. They gave me antibiotics. Because when tuberculosis is what I have from my home. Just because every place.
So when we look at the advanced technology, they intend to go portals, media companies, well-rated marketers, most of our will actually bring in and do web banners, content, videos, Spanish, whatever. I'll be right back. So I went to yours, I went to yours.com. No, I thought it was great because you have your ads and your print ads and your commercials and you have it on the front page. It was really interesting. I saw some good ads. I thought it was great. You see more like branding. kept these together. You know, what was Chevy Chase Bank before we were actually doing actual work to get people to all that. That's what that website's actually yeah, trying to get it to the point where
Oh, great, okay, because I hate to impose this on you, but I'm going to try to put you, I'm going to switch you with the congressman, so the congressman is voting right now, Congressman Lee. Okay, so as soon as you, because I don't want to lose the audience, we're taking a short break, which we hadn't planned. So you would speak before the congressman. So as soon as you get here, no pressure, I know you're a great speaker, but just to let you know before you get here. Excellent, thank you so much.
yeah, so, is she gonna sign up for that? So you all have been, oh, that's what you do. You're here. You're based here. Oh, so how do you
Folks, just a quick update, because I want you all to stay engaged. The congressman is voting right now, so he's going to be a while. However, I'm going to switch up speakers. We have the folks from the New America Alliance who are going to talk about their pension initiative, increasing Latinos in the pension industry. And so we'll start again in about 5 minutes, if that's okay with folks. So hang with us. Thank you.
Oh, that's great. So, so you're so you're a lobbyist, and do you have other lobbyists that work with you? Do you work on national? Do you know if it's due east or west by chance? Right. Due west.
We're done.
So I'm gonna make sure that I get it about due west. And it's is there like something to see for like tourists? Right, they use the actual Abbey tours in it. It's sort of, I'm assuming it's going to be like North Carolina, Asheville, Biltmore, yeah? There, or they will be. That's why you have to go like this. I don't know what happened. So ours is in the I have a very good friend who happens to be a baroness, but she's a house of lords. And she has house in Cape Cod. She's like, and she's a DC. So that's why I asked about what her was, because I'm doing a trip. She's trying to get me. She went, no, I haven't asked her. She's 6 years old. And so she started getting support. So fortunately, like 10 years ago, but she was stay-at-home mom. And so she was on a mission. She got to know benefits, right? So it is the sandwich. You know, dollars saved up. Just not that bad, but it's so now is your mom Spanish? She is. She's originally from Mexico. So my parents came to the U.S. came to LA and opened that prison so she didn't speak any English at the time. They were documented. She's speaking English, and so her first vision of the U.S. Wow, it's so born many years later, but we all grew up in LA, and now she lives in no, she's actually very self-sufficient. We set up a trust for her, we set up a will, like we're trying to, well, and my husband's an attorney, state now, and my brother-in-law, try. Good job, my mother.
All right, folks, thanks so much for hanging with us. Superman has arrived to save the day here, so while we wait for the congressman to finish voting. But so we are switching up the agenda a little bit here, and I'm going to introduce a really good friend of the coalition, of one of the members of New America Alliance, who is a national organization represented throughout the country, and Mr. Marlon Paz is here. So let me introduce him. He's going to speak a little bit about the New American Alliance Pension Initiative, and then he'll take questions as well, and hopefully by then the congressman will have arrived. So let me just introduce Marlon. Marlon is a member of the New America Alliance, or the NAA, for those of you, because you're no one in Washington unless you have an acronym, the New America Alliance. Founded in 1999, the New America Alliance is an organization dedicated to advancing the economic development of the American Latino community. The Alliance is organized on the principle that American Latino business leaders have a special responsibility to lead the process of building the forms of capital most crucial to Latino progress: economic capital, political capital, human capital, and the practice of philanthropy. A little bit about Marlon. He's a partner at Locklord LLP, where he concentrates his practice on securities matters, business litigation, white-collar criminal defense, and internal investigations. He has extensive experience with a wide range of complex securities issues in the regulatory and litigation context, internal investigations, and compliance, including the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act and global anti-corruption matters. He's a member of the faculty of Georgetown University Law Center, where he teaches about the U.S. regulation of financial institutions, the security markets, and international business litigation. So would you please welcome Marlon Paz from the New America Alliance.
Larry, thank you so much for that kind introduction. I promise not to, at least try not to bore you too much. I do teach, but I try to make my classes interactive. So I would ask the same of you. Let's keep this as interactive as possible. First, I'm grateful that this summit is taking place because this is an extremely important topic that I don't think enough time is devoted to. So I first want to commend Latinos for a Secure Retirement and a strong alliance of the most prominent advocates for the Latino community around the country for hosting this summit. And really thank you for the leadership on this important issue. At New America Alliance, we have a related interest that I think coincides very much with the mission of the summit, and the work of Latinos for a secure retirement. So, you all know this, but while Latinos are the fastest growing segment of the U.S. workforce, it would seem that capturing that business, the Latino 401k market, the Latino retirement market, it would seem that that would be big business for any financial professionals. And yet, the Latino community as a whole has remained elusive to that market. It's lucrative, it continues to grow, but these professionals are not quite being matched with that need. So you've heard about the retirement crisis in the United States. It's something that unites a majority of Americans of all ethnicities. The one thing that I want you to understand is that it is particularly acute among Hispanics. Latinos as a community are affected more and more by this crisis, the retirement crisis. Research by NCLR shows that Latinos do not take part as often as whites and Asians when employer-sponsored retirement plans are offered. Latinos dip into their 401k or their retirement plans for loans and significantly reduce their retirement savings. So the crisis is amplified in the Latino community. And coming in, I picked up this very nice pamphlet that has a lot of stats. I'll bore you with some of them in a minute. Promise not to bore you too much, but I do ask you to take a look at things like this that actually tell you, paint the picture in numbers. I'm a numbers person, so those tell the picture, those tell the story for me. But as a Latino, as a Latino immigrant, as a person that lives in the fabric of the Latino community, I can tell you I experience it on a daily basis. I also live in the financial community overall in the U.S., in that most of my clients are financial institutions. And I see the very healthy returns that are available for those that dip into these markets. So the question becomes, why aren't Latinos saving for retirement? I don't think that I can answer that question fully for you today, but I'll give you some thoughts on it. So I promised to bore you with some statistics, and there are many research reports and surveys about it. ING conducted one, NCLR has another, Pew I think collaborated with NCLR. They all paint a very similar picture. And it goes as follows. While all populations find retirement planning to be an overwhelming task, and it's daunting for all of us, it's daunting for me, Hispanics felt the least prepared. So over 54% of Latinos say they're not very or not at all prepared. That does not compare very favorably to the rest of the population. And remember, overall in the U.S., we have a crisis in the retirement system. 18% of Latinos admit to spending no time at all thinking about retirement. That is much lower than any other group. And more than half are not currently saving for retirement in a savings vehicle outside of the current employer-sponsored plan, like an IRA, for example, or a Roth IRA or a CD. Over half are not engaging in that. And 57% of Hispanics have never calculated how much money they'll need to continue their current lifestyle once they retire. That's staggering. Those statistics really paint the picture for me. Poll after poll, they unveil a pretty bleak financial landscape. And while overall the Latino community is younger, we're all aging. And we have to prepare for the future. When you zoom in on our community and note that our segment of the population is expected to double by 2015, it's not a Latino issue. It's really an American issue. With the growth of our community, with the important segment of the financial sector that this constitutes, the lack of savings overall is pretty scary, and the fact that it's acute among the Hispanic community is particularly worrisome. So why don't Latinos save more? I've heard a number of explanations. I don't know that I put stock in any one of them, but let me mention some and see if any of those resonate with you. Some say perhaps that they don't tend to work in jobs that pay as much as other ethnic groups. I've heard that often, by the way. I've heard they can't afford to, or they may not have an access to an employer retirement plan. I tell you, I don't believe that. The data does not support those conclusions. And in fact, when you look at higher wage scales, the same percentages occur. You still see the same lack of retirement savings according to our retirement savings survey. At whatever scale you look at. You look at the most affluent of Americans, and you look at the Hispanics in that segment, they are still lagging in their retirement savings as compared to their peers in the same socioeconomic group. So I don't put stock in that one, but it is one that I hear very often. There are three other key issues, and I'll mention them, but I'm not fully sold on them either, so I'm mentioning them and welcome at the same time some further thinking in this area. And I'm happy that this summit is taking place because I think that this is the right group to continue thinking about these issues and continue positing reasons why and possible solutions there too. I don't think we've fully solved the why Latinos aren't saving for retirement as much as we should, but at least not as much as the overall population. Some reasons that I've heard, in addition to the one I mentioned and somewhat summarily dismissed, but perhaps it's just my anecdotal evidence, is the lack of access to Spanish-speaking financial advisors. Now that one I've actually heard quite a bit, and some of the research does support it. Forbes, for example, reported that Hispanic workers find language barriers and a lack of Spanish-speaking financial advisors contribute to the problem. So it's real. Now, among the younger segments of the Latino population, many of them actually prefer English language financial literacy. But I think as a community, there's still quite a bit of need, and I would say a large need for Spanish-speaking financial advisors who are at once proficient in financial literacy, able to communicate that, and able to do so in Spanish. So those are key. Another aspect that I've heard is that it's in our culture. It's cultural. Now, at first I dismissed that one, but then I got to think a bit more, and looking at my own experience, and I ask you to look at your own as well. In my case, this holds true. Latino parents will sacrifice their own financial future in order for their children to advance. I know my mother saved some money and spent quite a bit of it on my college education. So what would have been investment dollars for her retirement were used for a more immediate need, which was my college education, for example, and my brother's. And if I extend that to my overall family, uncle might have needed something, and one of her other siblings might have needed something else. This extended family concept was a reason for using some of these quote-unquote investment dollars in a more immediate need. Now that's my particular experience, and so I give some credence to that aspect. But I do believe that given the opportunity and with greater financial literacy, we can not only accommodate some of these cultural issues, and there are many more. I give you that one because it's the one that I can relate to in my while at once we accommodate those cultural aspects, we can increase the savings rate. Now that's not new to the Latino population. If you look historically in the U.S. and other minority groups, look back at the history of Italians, look at Irish, look at other groups that were growing, coming to be in the U.S. as a community. You'll see patterns. You see savings rates increase, and so I think that culture is an aspect, but I don't see it as a roadblock. I actually see culture as a positive. And so it takes folks that are able to relate to that culture, as it did with other groups, to be able to encourage a solution to the problem. And that's household by household. I'll give you one stat, which I think is encouraging, and that is 41% of Hispanics have a traditional pension plan or a defined benefit plan. That compares to 38% of the overall population. Now, that could be cultural. It's employer provided. It's seen as a safe investment, and perhaps there's a little more literacy. Now that doesn't solve the problem. The NCLR's report is very good about pointing that out. It doesn't solve the problem throughout, but it's part of the solution, and it's part of an encouraging aspect of what's going on. So culture, I wouldn't dismiss it. I think it's worth a closer look. Financial literacy. Now I'm an educator. I believe strongly in education, and I think it's contributed to at least my career opportunities, and so I'm a big believer in it. Same thing in the financial context, in retirement plans, and in the future, and securing that future for the Latino community. If you want to boost individual savings, individual retirement savings, we really need to ramp up financial education. An education that really targets the particular segment that you're seeking to educate. In this case, this great and growing community in the U.S. that is of great importance to the country and the financial health of the country. In fact, according to one survey by ING, 57% of Hispanics expect their employers to do more to educate them about retirement options compared to the overall population, which is 47%. That's encouraging to me. It's encouraging because as a community, at least we want to get that education. Now there are other roadblocks, but let's take them one at a time. Education is one that can help us determine what is the best way to finance a car. Is it better to dip into your 401k, to take a hit on your pension, or to get a loan from a financial institution? And for that, we need financial institutions that are willing to spend the time to educate communities about that. That's not just a Latino problem, but it is particularly acute in our communities. And we need folks that are going to take that challenge, and I got to tell you, there's great reward. Now, I'm going to move to opportunity here for a minute, but let me pause and ask whether anybody has any additional, let's call them roadblocks or potential issues that they see as to why Latinos as a community are not saving as much as we ought to for retirement. Don't be shy. Yeah.
I would just add that the cultural aspect can be reversed in that there's a reason why, as Latinos, this all from our marketing research shows, we're not going to put our parents in homes if they get ill, right? We're going to take care of them. And just like your mom sacrificed to put you and your brothers through college, as did mine, the expectation is reversed, that when they are older and they need help, they're going to come live with us, right? That's just, you and I are like in the same boat. Our moms are coming to live with us.
Yep.
They're going to outlive our fathers. And so that's why that we have this meme in Hispanic advertising. You see that Wells Fargo has it now. La Abuelita shows up in every advertising commercial. That's really effective because it's just part of our culture. So I agree with all that you've said, and I would just add that mindset on there too. It's like, why do I don't need to worry about it because my kids are going to take care of me when I get older.
And that's a beautiful part of our culture. I love that. That resonates as very true for me, and yes, but I love that. My kids get to interact quite a bit with my mom. And I interacted quite a bit with my grandmother. My mother was working quite a bit, so she could, provide. But that's a beautiful aspect of our culture, and we need to be able to not lose that, but add to that. And I think it's a solution. There's some very smart people here that can come to a solution.
I was just going to mention, I'm Elda Macias with Ameriprise Financial, and I think one of the other challenges is that retirement as a concept is a very American concept, and we're still, very much a new immigrant group to this country. So to capture that concept and really understand it, what it means to plan for it, I think can be difficult. And so, it's still cultural, but I think something that we really need to consider. I used to go out and do 401k planning seminars, and that was, I didn't start at, this is what you're doing for retirement. I had to start at, this is what retirement means. So I didn't start at ground zero, like block one. I started at block 0. So I think that's a challenge that we need to overcome.
I think that
But it's great that you're doing it through education.
Well, and I think that the cultural aspect of it is that they don't understand the retirement side, but they understand the savings side. And I actually find that they're oftentimes better savers than your average American, especially the first generations, et cetera. And they're working harder and they care about that paycheck more. But they don't understand what it is. So you have to bridge the communication gap. And it's complex and scary, so unless they have advocates that they trust that will help them, they're not going to do it. But once they start, they're some of the most committed people.
Yeah. So there are real opportunities for financial professionals. Yeah.
I'm Marta Amieva from Fidelity Investments, and I live in Miami, and what I see are a lot of Latins that have small businesses, truly family businesses. I don't know if you found or looked at that in your stats, but I think is that simply A, they don't know about plans that they could have, and B, there are no plans that they can have because it's extremely expensive, as the panel said before. But did you find that? Did you look at the small businesses?
We have. We've actually looked at that segment from 2 different perspectives. One as small businesses that are seeking capital, and from the New America Alliance perspective, that is an important segment because Latinos tend to be more entrepreneurial. We tend to have small businesses. We tend to seek capital, but sometimes find few choices for that capital. So that's one perspective. The other perspective is the financial institutions. More and more, there are some very entrepreneurial Latino financial professionals that are starting up their own financial planner, their own broker-dealer, their own hedge fund, their own private equity fund. And some of those are not so small. Some of those are extremely successful. And, tip my hat to them. Many of them are members of the New America Alliance and are very successful members who I think are doing great work. But look at it from both perspectives. You've got small businesses that are looking to attract capital, and that requires some education too. It requires providing that knowledge, and I think you hit the nail on the head, and you know that very well. And it's also looking at those that have the ability to provide the capital or access to the capital, the liquidity that's required for the business, to manage it and to understand the business and to understand the culture so that you can fully value the risk. This isn't charity. This is business, and it's really good business. And the folks that know how to value it well do very well. And where you're tone deaf to the beauty of the landscape, I think you're missing some opportunities, and that's the connection, that's the match that is important, and that I think will get us there. Now I don't know what the specific solutions will be along the way. If I did, I would probably be presenting to you right now my Nobel Peace winning book, but I don't. So yeah.
You mentioned a statistic regarding the number of Latinos who have access to a defined benefit plan. And I wondered if you had any sector analysis, because my expectation is that that number is higher because we see higher concentration of Latinos in the public sector. And historically, public sector workers have had more access to defined benefit plans than to defined contribution savings arrangements. So I just wondered if you have any sort of sector analysis on that point.
I don't have it handy, but I can tell you that you're correct that this is a number that's comprised, more and more of Latinos in the public sector. And I'll give you two reasons that will become readily obvious to you. One is the concept of a pension, or traditional pension, is very rare in the private sector these days. And it's even becoming rare in the government, in the public sector. So that's one reason. The second one is that where you have 401k or retirement plans, those tend to be more optional. So you have to opt in, you have to actually contribute in order to get the matching funds. And Latinos as a group contribute less, and by comparison, than our counterparts. And even where there's matching, where you can get 100% return pretty quickly, we don't do it as often. Yeah.
It's 22, 23 countries, different countries with different kind of people coming from these countries in different kind of situations. But my name is Andres Ramirez. I'm from Event Today magazine. And in the 2002, I created the first national organization for Colombians in the United States. Very difficult situation, but I created that. And I unified the Colombians in the United States in one place, in Atlanta, in a beautiful event. But I understand one point is, and I don't know why you don't touch that way, and it's the amount of money that people return to poor countries to create security, to invest in business, to invest in family, to maintain the farms, to maintain situations, history, and I think it's a really important point to analyze too, including in the agenda, because it's real, it's there, and in poor countries, when you speak about the income in the big issues from Mexico is the income of return is important. It's a big point. How this one is working is reduced, is staying, is maintained, is increased. What's the situation?
That is a very good point. There was some initial data collected on that, and I think NCLR's report has some of that. And remittances are a big part of many aspects of our community. And it's key to understanding that, just as you said, that is part of the securing the future. Back to my own family, my mother still keeps a place in Honduras. I kid her because I ask her, are you really going to go live in Honduras? She doesn't want to move out of New York. I've asked her to move here several times, and she will. But we have to do the dance. It's a Latino family, so we have to do the dance. But if I could get her to Washington, then we'll work on in Honduras. Now the key is though, she's still maintaining her. She sends property taxes. She still maintains the place that she has in Honduras. And many Latino families, remittances to relatives, to family members, are a part of that. And I think financial professionals that understand, and financial institutions that understand that is a very real aspect, and a cultural aspect, I would say, of our community, will understand how to put that in a financial plan. Because it's not to take away those things. That is what makes our culture beautiful. And we can accommodate all those things and still find a place for retirement, and still find a place for how does that fit in an overall financial plan? And maybe this month you send X amount in remittances, but maybe next month you send a little less and put a little bit in a savings plan or an IRA, or you contribute to your matching funds, knowing that in 10 years you have double that amount of money if it's matched, just up to the matching amount, and then you can take all that money and use it and improve the farm, if you will. But that takes financial literacy from someone that understands those aspects of our community, just like you said, and those are important aspects. I would put that under the sort of cultural heading, and I think many of the surveys do as well. And there's many aspects, many facets of that cultural heading, but it's that key, understanding those points and there's many more, that will set the financial professionals that are needed to resolve these issues for the Latino community apart, and very much in demand. Any other? Yeah.
Ron, could you just expand a little bit? I know you touched on it because it's something that's very important to this organization, I think, particularly the participation and actually having folks who work in the industry. Is your experience that it really does help develop a level of trust? That's not to say that folks will only deal with other Latinos, but I don't know if you could expand perhaps a little bit on that, because I know it's, and the second part of that would be NAA specific, because I know there are a number of leaders within the New America Alliance that are really pressing corporate America on these whole concepts.
Thank you, and so I'll move to that. Thank you very much. My partner Roel Campos is one of the folks that has been very involved with the New America Alliance, and he's not only a mentor and a great person, but also someone that has been a champion for just that point as a solution to many different aspects of issues that are important to the United States as a whole, but this one in particular. So let me speak to that for a minute. And I'll start by saying that there's great opportunity here. So this is a financial proposition. The fact that only 19% of Latinos currently have a financial professional means there are a lot of Latinos that could use a financial professional. And I would say that of the 19% that have a financial professional advising them, few of them are getting full head-on needs met. So there is opportunity. And since remember, 41% already have traditional pension plans, there's opportunity. We're an optimistic people. 67% of Latinos think the financial situation will improve over the next year. That's great. And I think it will. And, as importantly, 2/3 of Latinos expect that their children will eventually enjoy a standard of living that is far better than theirs is now. That is both cultural and wonderful, and I would say true. So what New America Alliance has been doing as part of its economic capital agenda, something called the Pension Fund Initiative, is pairing up public-private pension funds, for example, and legislators to advance diversity as follows. Diversity as a solution to these issues. Because it does take folks sensitive to these issues, sensitive to those potential obstacles, to see them not as obstacles, but as part of the solution. So if remittances are important, factor them into the financial plan. That is good. If having abuelita live in the house, that's important to me. And any financial professional that comes to me and doesn't factor that in, I'm writing that person off. That person doesn't understand my financial, what success looks like to me in my financial future. It's important to me that abuelita live in my house. It's great for my kids. It's great for me. So it takes folks that will do that. And New America Alliance wants to increase the participation of Latinos in that financial professional industry as trustees, executive, investment professionals, all of them participating in the retirement system. We think that's a good thing. Not the whole solution, but a good part of the solution. Expanding the utilization of Latino-owned or controlled asset management, brokerage, advisory firms. That's also a good thing. Not exclusive, but a very good aspect to resolving the issues. Supporting the engagement of investment advisors and consultants with a commitment and a track record of relationships and inclusion of Latino and minority firms. There are some folks here in the audience from financial firms that I know, by virtue of their being here, care about these issues, are focused on resolving those points. And it's important that you stick with it. There is great opportunity, there's great financial reward, and it's great for the country that you stay involved and look at these issues. I was having lunch with David, who's in the audience the other day, and we touched on some of those issues. And I know he's a person that cares about them and is looking for solutions to those particular problems. We need all of you involved and engaged. As I said, if I had the solution, I would have written the Nobel Peace Prize winning book, but I don't. The America Alliance is looking for the increase of the Latino professionals to help resolve these issues. There are many in our community that are brilliant financial advisors who at once can understand the cultural challenges, speak the language, and can relate and are able to teach financial literacy and plan a very good financial future. We want to encourage those folks to be involved, and I think that would do a lot to solve the problem. This initiative began, the pension fund initiative began back in 2003 when the New America Alliance published a white paper called American Latinos in Financial Services. Again, this is but one aspect of that. And it was an assessment of the state of the American Latinos in investment management, consulting, asset management, private equity, and brokerage. That was followed by a second report published in 2010. I ask you, please take a look at it. It is some food for thought along these lines. I've only touched on some of the items there, but it's good. It's good reading, and it's important to add it to the library of inputs for resolving these issues. And since that time, New America Alliance continues to work with various partner organizations, trying to achieve that meaningful and significant participation of Latinos in financial services. Again, some of you are here, and we commend you for it. But there's real opportunity for us all to advance, not just Latinos, all of us. This is a U.S. issue, and to secure all of our futures. There is a retirement crisis. I think it's acute, and the research and the data points to it being acute for Hispanics. But we as a Latino community can do a lot to resolve it. And I think that the organizers of the summit should be commended for focusing some attention to this issue. I think the time to really act on it is now, and it is imperative that we do so because there goes our community, there goes the health of this country, and there we go. But there's great opportunity if you get involved. So I commend you, and I thank you for the time. If there are some questions, I'm happy to address them.
Yeah. What are the next steps the New American Alliance is taking to increase diversity in the financial services industry?
So the next concrete item is the summit. It's an annual summit that New America Alliance does on Wall Street. And as part of that summit, the America Alliance shines some light on key issues, this being one of them. Perhaps less visible than that, but as many of you in this room know, very effective, are the partnerships and participations with other like-minded groups to encourage legislators and private industry and others to pay attention to this issue and work to resolve it. So working with major financial firms to value the contributions of their Latino members of their community and to increase the ranks of those Latino members, and to increase the number of folks among their firm that are sensitive to these issues, Latino or not. That's important. And to encourage small and growing, and some very large, Latino-owned brokerage firms, and consulting firms, asset management firms, to grow and to have access. as well as businesses who require the capital to continue. Those are some of the concrete steps that the America Alliance is taking, and I think you see a continued evolution of those points, not only in private advocacy, but also highlighting those at conferences and the Wall Street Summit.
Great, thank you, Ron. He really was Superman to help fill in some of this gap here while we wait for the congressman. But again, we have an unscheduled break, but we are going to start our panel pretty quickly here. So maybe one more bathroom break if folks need it, and then yeah, we're going to start at 4 p.m. sharp for the next panel. Thank you. Which is in about 10 minutes. Yeah, distracted.
Okay, sorry I had to disappear in the middle of our argument. That's my turn. It's not my correct title at all.
President?
Yeah, president, yeah. Ruler of the world. I'm the director of science. And I am interested, I mean, look, I don't think the two...
Yeah, the strings are around right now. I got you prompts in here.
Doing the open MEP thing and supporting state-based approaches. But and you know, I would like to engage with ACLI, and I think you guys should.
Well, I don't know about ACLI.
Or with credentials on that.
I mean, this is an issue I've been interested in pursuing, long had an interest in waiting to see what comes out. I think my last conversation, there was an indication they actually had talked to labor about MEP type framework labor was comfortable with, but I don't know what that is.
Okay.
So maybe we'll see something along those lines
Yeah.
in the distant future. And I guess, you know, I don't hold out much hope for anything much on the legislative side, but if there's something that can be done on the regulatory side, I think
I'm open to this.
I mean, you know, people can have different
and well, we may have
views on
different
what states do.
on what states do. Right. We may also have differences about what, you know, what are the criteria, what are the conditions, what are the, you know, regulations
some good ideas
on to make the MEPs, to address the concerns that DOL has
So
about
DOL
open
has some
MEPs.
legitimate concerns
Yeah.
about, as would we, about entrepreneurial.
Yeah,
type
fly by night.
arrangements,
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, it's taking place in the healthcare.
Right. But the thing is
coming
that-
in, taking advantage of small employers. You don't want that anymore.
No, of course. And to me, I think there's a way to set it up where you set certain criteria for open MEP providers that they have to meet in order to be to pass muster, right? But the problem is, I think from DOL's perspective, is that it's getting them into an area that they haven't gotten into before, which is essentially regulating service providers as opposed to employers.
They already regulate, theoretically, the Automobile Dealers Association. There's already MEPs out there.
Oh yeah, but those are related MEPs, not open. Right.
Yeah, right. So.
No, they have a
but
thing
there
that
are
says.
organizations like local chambers of commerce. There are organizations that exist for purposes other than sponsoring plans.
But you're really talking about something broader than, right? Which is,
No,
you're talking
no,
about
no.
a map that would be where, I think,
I'm not talking about maps where broker dealers can go out and set up plans.
I don't want broker dealers to set up, I want Prudential to set up, okay?
I'm not even saying that.
See,
I don't
here's
even
my
see
view.
us doing that.
What's that?
I don't see us doing that.
See, this is my perspective. I would like to see a map I would like to see a map market where,
You might be thinking even broader than I am. I'm looking.
I would like to see a map where there isn't an organic relationship among employers other than their participation in the map, but where the map is regulated. So that you can have the folks who apply that.
That is where I think DOL would have some issues.
But they allow, as you said, they allow maps among related entities where there's a pre-existing relationship.
Right. So, but those are entities that exist, they weren't set up just to sponsor plans.
No,
so
but that's your point, right?
No. My point is, there are other entities that were not set up to sponsor plans, but nonetheless they probably should be able to sponsor because they have employer members and they got finding criteria
right
in terms of how long they would have had to exist.
Yeah, see, to me,
I don't want, I think the way, I just don't think realistically by doing a marketplace essentially lets anyone come in and say, subject to their approval process.
Capital requirements, conflict of interest rules. I think you could create a common sense set of criteria that would avoid the problems
Look at our
with
testimony. We testified during our Senate agent. We had a little proposal in the back that essentially was framed. Let anyone who otherwise is eligible to sponsor an IRA set up a Labor's already bought off the concept as being, recognizing that if they're municipal officers and virus, in my training, that's a standard perspective which they found a little issue. They adopted it for purposes of management, where they said, if you're one of these individuals, you can take over the assets and kind of self-terminate these plans. Maybe that's a The problem with that is, I don't think those are necessarily entities that want to be sponsored by a plan. The role of Prudential, what it's doing now, record keeping service.
I understand the service provider, but
I'm not sure we want to be that's where I think the beauty of the metal you sort of keep people on the hook subject
Sure, it's true, but still.
The other thing I'm bothering I don't know where they're going with I don't know.
I think what's driving it is the very problem that we're trying. In California, there's 6.3 million workers who don't have access to retirement plans, and their retirement savings compared to workers who do have access to retirement plans are a small fraction. And yet what you're facing is a crisis where these workers, when they get to retirement,
someone's going to have some liability, private sector who are selecting who's going to be sure people are actually
the board looks at that.
Good. Who's liable for that? What happens if things don't work out? Somebody's going to be accountable. One could argue, well, that's not a
Well, no, the truth is that the way the law is set up, there's a board that takes that responsibility.
You know what? We don't really have to press each other. We can't imagine for ourselves. What happens?
When you say we can manage it ourselves much better, what do you mean?
We'll set up, we'll have an investment board that will, all the money will just go in.
The law doesn't provide for that. I mean, the law specifically provides.
I'm saying laws can be abused.
Of course, you can always say that. You can, at least it can be a number two.
We have Connecticut. This is the last version I saw, all the money was going in.
Goes to the manager alongside the state. But
and states haven't done all that well.
Actually, not so true. If you look at no, that's wrong. Come on, you look at if you look at the investment returns, the issue with underfunding is nothing to do with investment returns. The investment returns of state retirement plans exceed defined contribution rates.
I think there are. Because it's a state system. Only I don't have a problem with state system, but I figure that private sector has to be given the compensation.
And the California plan gives the California, you give the private sector, not only does it give them the opportunity to compete, it requires that the private sector compete. And truthfully, it doesn't mandate annuitization. That's a politically tricky thing to do, but it does say that annuities will be available, which are going to be privately provided annuities to a group retirement.
I thought there was still what's the California plan?
Oh, definitely there's issues. There's also, if you read the bill, there's also parameters. Within those parameters, the board still has to make a lot of decisions. They have to conduct a feasibility study. There's still hurdles to overcome. I just feel like there's been this progressive opposition that I actually think you guys are missing a business opportunity by getting behind this and helping make it successful as opposed to just saying no.
I think maybe there are philosophical differences.
Jerry, good luck. I mean, there's a vibrant private marketplace like 50% of employees don't participate. And they don't participate in that. I mean, honestly, I think they don't participate. I mean, there's three obstacles like these guys. But it's also the fact that it's part of the sector market where there's not as much participation. There's low, some of these low and middle income workers. And so all this is
Okay, folks, we're back. We're continuing on a theme. And again, I want to thank everyone for hanging with us. I would offer that there's been so much substantive information here today. I wish more people had been able to make it. I also understand that there's lots of competition going on here in Capitol Hill, lots of protests and rallies and members of Congress voting and so forth. So we very much appreciate your appearance here today, your active engagement and willingness to ask questions. I mean, I don't know that we can ask for any more. Look at all this free financial advice folks are getting here. So I'm pinch hitting. I'm not Brent Wilkes. I only play him on TV. But I'm going to be introducing the panel. Mr. Wilkes is on his way. He's the executive director of the League of United Latin American Citizens, a very key part of the Latinos for Secure Retirement Coalition. And so when he arrives, I will let him take over, as I know he has a lot of questions to ask of this panel. But I'm going to go from my right down, and that's how we'll ask folks to present. And so I will read their bios, so we all know who they are and what they're about. and thank them in advance for being here as well. So let's start to my immediate right with Ms. Elda Macias, who is the Vice President, Retirement and Segment Marketing for Ameriprise. Elda joined Ameriprise Financial in 2006. As Director of Market Segments, she leads marketing efforts that stimulate demand for financial planning services in high potential demographic markets. She also assists in the creation of educational programs and business strategies to help advisors leverage their financial knowledge and engage more effectively with women, small business owners, and the LGBT community. As an advocate for women's financial needs, Elda has been quoted in the Wall Street Journal, among other publications. She has more than 15 years of marketing experience, has held positions at the University of Minnesota and Texas and the Walt Disney Company. Most recently, she developed Retirement Brewing Company. She has earned a Bachelor of Arts in Communications from the University of Texas and a Master's in Business Administration from the University of Minnesota. Am I correct so far?
That's right.
She's an active volunteer in the Minnesota Hispanic community, has been recognized by several organizations. The Minneapolis-St. Paul Business Journal recently named her to their annual 40 Under 40 list of honors. In 2010, she received the Mano Amiga of the Year award from the Latino Economic Development Center, and in 2009, she was named to the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce of Minnesota's list of 25 on the rise. Welcome, Elda. We have Ms. Marta, is it Amieva? Amieva, the Senior Vice President of Fidelity Management and Research Company. Marta is a Senior Vice President and Head of the Miami office for Fidelity Management and Research Company, the investment advisor for Fidelity's family of mutual funds. Fidelity Investments is a leading provider of investment management, retirement planning, portfolio guidance, brokerage, benefits outsourcing, and other financial products and services to more than 20 million individuals, institutions, and financial intermediaries. Marta assumed her current position within the equity division of FMR Company in February 2009. As part of the investment equity operations team, she is responsible for managing the Miami-based office supporting the investment group. She also serves as the liaison between the local office and government official and coordinator between the Miami and Boston offices. Marta is a member of Fidelity's Aspire, the Latino and Black Employee Resource Group Advisory Board. Previously with Fidelity, she was Senior Vice President, Enterprise Compliance, Technology and Operations.